ki kuganana orokot moro damet motoikot herfet odati aweme odi ki omami.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Proving Grounds 20. The A crew is out on account of half of them being somewhere in Washington or something, doing some random thing. So you get whatever the heck was dragged in today with Falco and myself. I'm K-Bot. Falco, how you doing this evening?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Not very drizzly here today, but I heard in the game we just started drizzle season, so it's very, very exciting as we turn a new leaf here, new season in Splatoon 3 that I'm sure everybody except for K-Bot has been playing so far. So it's really cool to see all these new weapons come out, and I'm very excited for today to see if anyone brings them to the table.
You know, Falco, I was just thinking about this. It was last night or 2 nights ago. I don't think, and I should actually double check. You know what? I'm going to double check right now. Because I don't think I played a single game of Splatoon all of Sizzle season.
Ooh, man, you were right when you said the A crew was gone and they brought us instead. Wow, okay, yeah. Well, in case you missed it, K-Bot, no. Really, no Splatoon for about 3 months, is that right?
Well, we're going to see. Hang on. Now I have to update the Nintendo Switch Online app.
That's all right. While you check, well, I'll preview
Yeah.
these first two teams coming up. We're gonna have Cornbread versus Orca Ballestra for our first set. I believe we have about 34 teams who are registered today to play in this proving ground, so very close to just making it a straight top 32. We're gonna have a few rounds here and there that have some buys, but this will be the first match that we see on stream today. Once these very different numbers of players on the roster. Cornbread only with 4, Orca Ballestra with about 8 of them here, including a few subs that it looks like. And of course, we'll be starting on Splatzone's Macamart. So for those of you hoping to see Crab-Leg Capital or Ship-Shaped Cargo, I am sorry, that will not be here today. Maybe next Proving Grounds, but we want you guys to struggle with those maps for just a little bit longer. see what you really don't like, and then maybe we'll bring them to the table.
Thank goodness, because I didn't even know what the names of the maps were called. So I was technically correct, Falco. I did just look this up. The last game of solo queue that I played was on May 22nd. However, I have one private battle result from a time when I was spectating a scrim and someone misassigned me. So technically there is a result that was ended in a draw with a match-ending feature on July 27th. So
Okay,
technically speaking, I have a game from the Sizzle season.
Even better, yeah, even better. You have a game. You did not lose at all in the Sizzle season.
Hey.
You just didn't straight up lose at all.
Yeah, that's factual. And apparently that's what people want to coach them. Anyways, yeah, should be interesting to see some of the first look at some of these weapons. We were kind of talking about a little bit earlier, but it sounds like, Falco, there are some possibilities as teams are starting to try out these new weapons, the new kits that were released as a part of this season. Most notably, perhaps, that heavy edit Splatling that has the infamous current Tacticooler as its special weapon. We'll see if any team opts to pull that thing out or addition to any other weapons as we head now to our first game of round 1, Proving Grounds 20, and here we are.
All right, let's take a look at some of these weapons coming out, and it doesn't look like we're going to see any of them. Oh, we are going to see the Sloshing Machine Neo there. It's going to be Soshi who's using it. It's going to have Point Sensor and Zuka. And this is one of the weapons that I thought, if we weren't going to see the heavy edit, we might see this one. And it looks like we are going to be seeing it in our very first game, so that is very exciting. Of course, Zuka still has just been really popular and just a very lethal special, and you can't go wrong with spamming Point Sensors.
Certainly the case there. Of course, any intel you get onto your opponents is going to be useful, but in addition, having that extra Zuka, that ability to fire those longer range projectiles and extend the effective range of your team composition, when you're playing rather short range compositions like this one, you have to have something that combats that ballpoint, and it'll be exactly those Zukas that they'll be looking to get online in a moment. As you see one get popped now, a second here looking for a shot over to this left side, but the player is going to get taken down, and now Splatak from Cornbread's going to try to come on in the zone. Here's the rest of the specials coming through as well, with the triple strikes and the Inkjet coming out, but it'll be a 2 down actually on both sides as the zone will exchange hands.
Yeah, that was really nice there for Cornbread to take over. And what's really nice, even if it's a 2v2, 1v1, if you are in control of the zone, you are still pushing down to units. And that is the Splat Zones is the only mode where that's really going to be the case in a trade. And it looks like Cornbread's still now getting past where they were before, as some of the members of Orca Ballestra still getting some more of their specials. And they are going to have 2 Zukas to help combat this ballpoint. Like you said, they're really not going to have much range. You have your midline being a Forge player, and that's kind of it, but they are getting some key picks as Cornbread is still pushing up. Is it going to be long enough for them to hold on and take the lead? No, Ballestra is going to be capping, but getting 3 players down, Cornbread is going to be quick to try and take over.
Ori looking back over to this right side, and the meanwhile, that ballpoint's going to do its job in order to paint this zone, and it'll flip back and forth a little bit here as Cornbread's having a difficult time actually pushing completely through this zone, and now you're seeing the specials in response from Orca Ballestra here come out with that Zuka, come out with that Booyah Bomb in order to push these members of Cornbread back. But now the counter engage comes through. Here comes the Zuka of their own and some strikes, but a beautiful double here from Light is going to mean that this yellow squad's going to keep control of this zone.
Yeah, getting a triple there at the end and helping keep control, like you said. I was going to say, Cornbread did a good job on kind of timing and spacing their specials out, but unfortunately for them, Orca was just winning the 1v1s at that point, especially with some of their key players getting some really nice picks. And now Orca is in a position where they can continue this lockout phase. Ordinary is the only person who's pushed in forward, but no, some specials from Cornbread are going to help try and break up this zone, and they are going to decap, but not before getting a hefty 55 penalty on Orca Ballestra.
That penalty incredibly important here in order to at least extend the game. That means that Cornbread, of course, doesn't necessarily need to hold on to things right now and take it to the end here, but nonetheless, you'll know they want to, and you can tell they're starting to get set up, but they've got to be a little bit more careful, especially now with the Zukas starting to come online. You see one challenging the right stack, and now it's going to get a cheap little kill into the middle of the zone. 2 down for Cornbread right now as the Orcas are going to push on through and regain control of the zone.
Yeah, and I mean, they really need to do a good job here just not letting Cornbread break in, because we've seen how well that they can work together. And now with Cornbread having 3 specials online, it looks like the Zuka and the Inkjet are now going to be used, trying to push up closer to the zone. 2 players down on Orca Ballestra, and will this be enough for Cornbread to break in and cap? Yes, it will. So with just about a minute over left, they don't want to have any opportunities where they have 2-3 players go down, and that's exactly what happens. Orca Ballestra able to take over really, really quickly.
And now you already see Soshi pushing up this left side, trying to find those angles with this machine that it loves on this map, peeking right over some of these ledges and trying to get a little bit of extra chip damage. And now the rush comes through, the Booyah Bomb up there, sends one member up, but now they're going to get taken out before they can pop the Zuko. All the meanwhile, Cornbread needs to find an angle into this zone, but with Fel and Inkjet right now, the strikes have to come on top to try to cap the control of this zone, get the amount of paint they need on, and they're able to do so with enough of the enemy team in their own specials, but only for the blink of an eye as they go 3 down, and now the Orcas are in control once more.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these players, they're doing such a good job with their takebacks. You know, holding on to the zone for an extensive period of time, it's been a little tricky, but knowing when to push in, when to use their specials, which player to flank and which one to target has really been keeping both of these teams on their toes. And now we have just about 10 seconds left. We'll see if Cornbread can find an opportunity once more to break in. They are going to cap the zone, but 2 players down. Orca Ballestra is going to try and find an opportunity that they can flank, and the Zuka coming from the side. This might be enough for them to take over the zone, and it looks like it will be with 3 players down, and Orca Ballestra is going to be getting game 1.
Beautiful crossfire setup with that Zuka coming through and the rest of the members pushing through that, left side over top of the stack or even in that corridor on the complete other side. You have no clue where the Zuka's coming from. You can't respond to the Zuka and you can't respond to the 2 members that are rushing you down immediately. Means that fight pickup is going to be won there by the Orcas, who will secure that game. Other thing I want to comment on here with Cornbread, and specifically with the rise of this or reinstatement, maybe I should say, of the vanilla ballpoint. Sometimes, Falco, I feel like in theory, the main weapon of that ballpoint can be just as oppressive as that inkjet, because what does the ballpoint have? It has a little bit of extra range, not over the inkjet, of course. The inkjet's going to have quite more range, but at least the ballpoint can paint the floor, which is also that turf control and that area denial is just as critical sometimes as having just that raw outright range and perhaps slaying presence, right? So sometimes, you'll find yourself in an inkjet when you really wish you'd be painting the zone or vice versa, and having your team being able to cover for you while you are sometimes vulnerable in that inkjet is an important part of team play and synergy.
Yeah, and I mean, we're still kind of in the fast pace, meta of this game where you're gonna favor a more mobile weapon like the ballpoint over a heavy or a Hydra, where we have seen before. But I think you're right. Like, you do have the fire rate, you do have the range with the ballpoint, and I think, paired with an inkjet, and of course we've seen teams run double inkjet all the time, use them at the same time, try and get that crossfire strategy going, which really seems to pay off for quite a lot of teams. But I am happy. Again, we mentioned this at the beginning of the first game. We did see one new weapon, Slashing Machine Neo. We talked about this a little bit before stream when we were just chatting with the streamer Rice. We were like, yeah, it's very possible we could see Heavy Edit come out too. And then knowing some of these players who are playing in Proving Grounds today, there are other weapons, and we don't really want to give spoilers or really set predictions for players, but like there are some of these newer weapons that were like, what, I think that player could be using it. I think that really would fit their play style, and they've been talking about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there are worlds where we could see potential blobs come out today. We could see Brellas come out today, especially with bug fixes that I've heard. I gotta say, I am not going to be convinced until I actually see it played in game, but we'll see what ends up coming out in store for us here. Maybe we'll see the same machine pick here. Looks like I actually can't tell right off the rip whether it is
vanilla.
or not. It is the vanilla.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both vanilla, so a little bit unfortunate. But nonetheless, you see this come out, and actually the machine in response from the other side.
Yeah, and Jade is going to be switching to the, I believe, the Squiffer as well for Orca Ballestra. Obviously one of the weapons we don't really see very often in kind of this level of play, which makes it all that more scary for players on the other team. And that's going to be a very quick wipeout with just about probably 5 seconds of combat. Orca Ballestra is going to be quick to capitalize on this, get on the tower, and push some of their players up. We can see the machine player and one of their teammates already pushed up here. One of their members hopping there on the left side on Sponge too. So this is a very early aggressive push, K-Bot.
This is critical here. Watch the Orcas continue to push forward and all stick together as a unit as they challenge one area of the map. It was a fantastic push there, but it looks like they're not able to get the full stalwart defense that they would have liked to hold that position and buy enough time for this checkpoint for this tower, as now they're going to go 2 down as Cornbread engages themselves into that 3v3 and comes out on top as this tower will reset back to neutral. And in fact, we might start to see a push mount for Cornbread.
Yeah, I think it's looking very possible, especially with 2 of their specials online. Oh, wow! And Ori was very, very lucky to get that pick. It looks like one of the members from Orca tried to be sneaky, jumping out in Fight Club, and unfortunately it was not able to do so in time. And this is what's going to help Cornbread get their first push. We mentioned they had 2 specials online. Splat Attack getting 1 with the Zuka as well, quickly getting past this first checkpoint. So Cornbread not in a position to be as aggressive as Ballestra was on their first push, just simply because they didn't have the wipeout player advantage. But now it's slow and steady is what's going to win the race for them, and it looks like they are getting some key picks.
Falco, I gotta say, there isn't such thing as slow and steady on Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard because this tower moves so fast. Look, they've already taken the lead. They're down to the 33-point mark, and they are trying to challenge for the second checkpoint. Now watch Ori jump back on top of the grates here, finds one onto Jade, and is looking for even more against the enemy machine, but oh no, falls away. But now it's a 2v2 in this area. Cornbread will maintain control of mid very critically here. It'll probably be looking for another push forward. Doesn't matter the fact that they didn't have the same amount of presence. They continued to try to challenge and push the advantage when they had it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll back up to where you were mentioning how, fast the tower was moving. They just had to play it a little bit differently, and I think they executed it perfectly with Ori just getting some key picks and helping prolong it, but you're exactly right on that. Now the tower is going to be back into mid, but yeah, I swear, these machine players are just doing amazing things, just really getting some key picks. Lightus now getting another pick on the side of Ballestra, but it's going to be going down to what it looks like a bomb. Buoy Bomb also going to be coming out, so Ballestra still trying to find a way to push forward. Jade going to be surviving, very lucky in their bubble. But will this be enough for them to take the lead? It is just going to be the shot player who is targeted, hiding, and still staying alive. They do have Cooler on them that is going to, unfortunately not really help them progress any further. They're going to have a quick respawn, but that was a very, very good push by Ballestra, but unfortunately not enough to take the lead.
Comes up just 1 point short. We call that the 1 point meme here, but they've still got 90 seconds to do it. Unless Cornbread's got anything to say about it, we're switching back over to the perspective now of Ori, who has been a menace here, looking to push up this right side as Cornbread has control of the middle of the map once more. They might look to try to extend their lead and in fact try to take this second checkpoint here if they can, but now they're flanked. One member comes in here, that's PETA, will get cleaned up, but takes one for the trouble, and now the collapse comes through from the Orcas. They take back control of mid and will have the opportunity to push in here.
Yeah, I think that was really nice, and what Light is doing here is just not really scrambling around the map, but just kind of finding places to wait and hide, and maybe even be a little bit of a bait, but oh, that wipeout is not going to help them here with just under a minute now. Ballestra, they did have quite a bit of mid painted, but Cornbread very quick to respond to push forward, and now they're in a position, hey, we can just kind of hold here, use, some sets of our specials now, we can build up another one, maybe get some GG specials going on, especially if you just build up the inkjet and wait to try and target the tower in case Ballestra were able to make a push, but it looks like that's not going to be the case yet, as Cornbread's still getting some really good picks, especially that 2v1 there in Fight Club, and it looks like Ballestra is just having a hard time finding their footing getting back to mid.
Watch how both of these teams are able to find collapses onto one another. There, the callouts made, boom. 2 members respond immediately, making it a 2v1 and nearly impossible for that single member to come on through. And now Cornbread, with complete control of the middle of the map, is trying to shut things down, but actually someone from the Orcas gets on top of the tower, and now they're going to be making a push for the end here in overtime. They get near a wipe at the end of this game, but now will they be able to capitalize? Light forward, finds the trade. That's not going to help them, though. With 2 members down, the Booyah Bomb is out here. It actually finds 2, and they take the lead at the very end. Well done from Orca Ballestra to stay in it till the very end, as they're able to just squeak on top of the tower and then have the right combination of specials to seal the deal.
You know, I think that was the perfect opportunity for Orca Ballestra because once they got to the checkpoint, they only had to hold it for about 2 seconds. It's not like they had to get through 7 seconds of a checkpoint, which can really be a make it or break it. That bubble would have been shredded in a matter of no time if they had to wait. So they knew it was all hands on deck. Okay, we just need to get to the checkpoint, hold it for 2 seconds, and then after that, we're going to take the lead. There's no, what do we do once we get to the checkpoint? You just hold still, make sure nobody's just going to get that surprise jump on the tower. I think that bubble was also used at a perfect opportunity. I mean, you're going to use it on the checkpoint anyways, but all the cards fell into favor for Orca Ballestra to make that comeback. A pretty tall order, getting kind of like a near wipeout towards the, I'll say, like, last 10 seconds of the match when you knew they were going to set up. Cornbread even knew that too. And, you know, it's difficult if you're Cornbread. You're thinking, okay, we just need to stop them. We have, you know, have 15 seconds to do that. But that is a short 15 seconds if you're the defending team.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't even know how someone from Cornbread was able to sneak their way on top of the tower in the first place, because it looks like it was mostly covered by Cornbread. But at the end of the day, someone was still able to get there, right? And then you have to think, okay, how exactly was that made? How do we actually tidy up our defenses in order to make sure that something like that doesn't happen again, especially as we head into our next map mode? Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track, you've got to make sure you're locking down and preventing ways forward for this Rainmaker, and preventing such that you can't get flanked from one side on a whim, right? To have a play that opens the window of opportunity, just like that one there at the end. So certainly have to tidy up their defenses here as we head now to Rainmaker.
Yeah, you know, especially at this checkpoint being right at the elbow, that is such a choke point for a lot of teams. We've seen Toxic Mist just be spammed around that corner. If you're pushing, you want to have somebody just making sure nobody drops down to mid and is flanking. You know, typically it could be the backline player who's just watching that potential flank. So, again, Rainmaker is such a fast-paced game too, and it looks like we are not in the right one, or the map was wrong. So we might see what happens here, unless we just, you know, want to just completely change up and go to Claim Blitz. That's fine too.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I was lied to, apparently, but nonetheless, we'll be seeing no new weapons come out, though. Falco, the one thing we do see is a Stamper coming out here, both Stamper and Wiper on the pitch, but that Stamper has a recently buffed Zipcaster to its name.
Yeah, it does. It can. I believe I've seen clips on Twitter where it can just strike through a player and get a splat with, you know, just a one shot essentially, which wasn't the case before. So I believe we are going to be seeing it more and more here. It's going to be an early push there for Cornbread, as they do have a few claims to follow up, and they are still attacking, so they actually are doing a pretty good job here. Ballpoint's holding 5 and it is at the basket, but unfortunately going to go down to a bomb, but not before getting to 65. So that was a pretty good opening push, and a very quick push at that, as Splat Attack was still alive, doing such a good job. I swear, Splat Attack over these last 2 games have been putting themselves in very tricky positions, but have been staying alive the entire time.
That's the power of these shooters that can just slate right out. When you think you've got them cornered, they can paint the ground a little bit and get into a better position and sometimes turn the tide of battle. Now, though, it looks like it's Orca Ballestra's turn to try to get a push going, as Light's pushed all the way through the enemy's courtyard. We'll sneak around to find a couple of extra clams, and now we'll take the lead. Here comes a super jump as well with a power clam that looks like it will find its way into the basket. Now down to 30 for Orca Ballestra here. We're seeing some pretty heavy-hitting blows in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, and you know what's really hard on defense about this stage is if you have your attacking player just pushing in front of the basket too, they are going to have the height advantage because the map does dip down a little bit on the opponent's side. So you can just be a nuisance and really just try and be a distraction too. But we've been seeing a lot of baskets broken back and forth. Now it's Cornbread's turn, as they are going to try and get the lead here. 2 players alive, but they do have the claims for it, and it looks like they will. Ori was doing such a good job staying alive, so a very ping pong style of gameplay, not even 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. But look at this, Ballestra very quick on this respawn. I believe it's the Wiper here who is pushed up, trying to splat some players players before the rest of Ballestra can try and push forward, but it's not going to work, unfortunately, as Cornbread able to get back into mid and use some of their specials too. It is just a battle here now.
Seeing Fel now attempt to move up, try to locate some of these players of Orca Ballestra who have been a little bit of a nuisance, and now they're on this left side. They actually tried to get cornered, but so much presence was still there from Orca Ballestra. They're able to find the delayed wipe, and now they're right underneath the enemy basket once more. Here comes the football coming in to start decreasing that penalty a little bit. Will they be able to take the lead? They will here, and they might even have a chance to go for a knockout. They've got one claim to their name, and now no map presence. Looks like it'll completely go by the wayside here. Jade will take one, or try to take one out for the road, but no, isn't successful in doing so. And now Cornbread will have another opportunity here. This one's coming down to the wire, Falco. Not in terms of time, but in terms of how close we're getting to knockouts.
I know, and sometimes it's hard to tell what the flow of the game is going to be like. Really, it just takes that first score to set the tone, and has it been setting the tone for this game? You know, when Ballestra was able to make that push, they scored in so many claims. They had so many ready, and speaking of which, speaking of ready, that double from the Stamp, just one more clam. I think they're going to do it. Oh no, it's just a splash. So she's the only one who's alive, but it's... Do they have a claim? No, they don't. Oh, they were trying to just shark on one of the players to just steal one claim and throw it in, but no. This game is still going to be live with Cornbread. I mean, a power claim's not going to break your penalty points, but based on how well these two teams have been playing, if Cornbread breaks it open one more time, this could be game, K-Bot.
Here comes a little bit more of the individual play style. Right now, the Orcas are trying to employ that killer instinct and go for some more of these trades. That's all they really want to do. They want to continue stalling things out and prevent an actual push from coming in from Cornbread. But now they're setting up to do just that. The Booyah Bomb getting taken down to this elbow. They've got two power claims to their name. It'll be making this push in just a moment, but they don't have any specials online as the Orcas continue to dive on top of them. They have to try to pick these members off one by one, but they're losing some of these individual battles, and the Orcas aren't going to be able, or are going to be able, excuse me, to push through their own corner, as the pace just was not there from Cornbread. They might have one last opportunity, but now they're playing so passively, pushed back underneath their own basket, as the Orcas will take complete control of mid. 12 seconds left to go, but of course overtime will come forward. Just a couple more seconds here as another attempt is made. Inkjet in the sky, tries to get shot down, but now gets snapped on immediately from Fel. The Booyah Bomb's about to come out here, and Ori will find the basket with a throw. Where's the rest of the clams coming in from Cornbread? It looks like they're just a little bit too far behind as the members of Orca Ballestra sweep through the enemy team. They find their delayed wipeout, and they'll take the set 3-0.
Yeah, oh man, Ballestra did such a good job there. And I think it was Lightest who every time they were about to score, they were the first one at the enemy basket, whether it was them holding a power clam or just, again, just really doing a good job guarding it and allowing super jumps and a lot of their players to come forward. So they were able to hold on very well. You know, what I liked what Cornbread did there at the end too is they were being very careful with how they were pushing, but unfortunately they were just going down one by one by one. So Ballestra, they really had that one tied down and were able to walk away with the win. Not on Rainmaker Humpback. That was of course Clamblitz Scorch Gorge. So I was going to say I don't know what we're going to see next, but I guess it really doesn't matter because Orca is going to be winning this set. And of course this is single elimination, best of 5 for the first 4 rounds, I believe, here. And Proving Grounds number 20. K-Bot, it's already been 20 Proving Grounds. It's pretty impressive.
That's a lot. Although over, every other week, I suppose, instead of every week, means that this tournament's been running for a rather long time, I suppose. So, hey, hats off to that. But hats off here, especially to Orca Ballestra. And again, right, like, you mentioned the members of Cornbread going down one by one over time, in large part because they had so many. Orca Ballestra understood what they needed to do there towards the end, right? They needed to make sure that a push could never be set up, because if you're always trying to find trades, you'll never actually have much of an advantage to push and try to force, yourself into barrier situations. You won't have specials online, you won't have people online, and the such to actually get it. So hats off there for understanding their composition and playing to it there in a more individual play style there towards the end.
Yeah, and Orca Ballestra, they will be facing Gobsmacked in their next round. I believe looks like Gobsmacked, they were a team who 3-0'd Revelation. So you guys can see the bracket here on the screen. I would be amazed if you can actually read any of it with the current size. But I love the visual, first of all. You can see all these teams here. But again, I believe we have 32, which is why there technically were 2 legit games during round. Oh no, there's only
33.
one game. There was one game during round 1 actually. So you know, you
Also
still have
trying
to
do
have
the
that
math
one.
on the brackets. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
But yeah, we do have a few teams moving on. If you can't read them, if you don't have bird's eye view, Retirement Home moving on, beating Pony Strikes 3-0. Blamo beating Honda Squiddick 3-0. Octopi getting a 3-0 win over Trip Hazard. I bet that was got to be a good game. Octopi's really been doing some amazing things as of lately and have added some more players to their roster. And then Velocity getting a 3-0 win over OK Let's Go. Some of the sets that we are currently seeing a 1-1 or a 2-1, starting at the bottom, Cup of Limeade, 2-1 over Crossfire. And K-Bot, we mentioned that Cup of Limeade, they are going to be a team who is going to be at Riptide. It is not Cherry Limeade, however, it is 3 members of Cherry Limeade plus Mud Cup. Unfortunately, Lily will not be joining them at Riptide, so Mud Cup is stepping in their place.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that's one of the teams we were talking about earlier, because there's the highest possibility of seeing like the new Blob kit, right? That I know Pika was incredibly excited to get their hands on with that angle shooter combo in addition to that Blob. And then, of course, the cherry on top is the Kraken Royale special that has proven to be a menace in this game just as much as it was back in Splatoon 1. Other set I'm looking at here, and forgive me, right, because I don't have all the rosters memorized, but this breakdown is 2-0 up over Booyah X Zuka. I wonder what exactly is going on there.
Booyah X Zuka. Let's see. Which round is that? I don't see.
It is round 2, it looks like.
I'm in back. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, Booyah X Zuka has Keichu, Kit Kat King, and Badu on their roster, and it looks like Breakdown on their side is going to have it looks like Ultra Yeats, Bait, Nia, and a member with Japanese characters that I cannot read. So again, you know, I feel like anytime we do see a 2-1 or a set that is very close, especially in these early stages, those are definitely ones that we want to keep an eye on. But of course, we also have some upsets that we could see. But we do have our 2 teams who will be getting ready for our 3rd round here. It's I've Got Nothing, TBH. Something tells me that's a pickup. And and Rabid, and we've seen Rabid many times here in Proving Grounds. A very, very fun team to watch.
Sure. I'll take your word for that, Falco. Thumbs up. That's I got nothing, TBH.
No, Rabid's a Proving Ground regular. I feel like they will always find their way in here. And again, I've Got Nothing, TBH. Again, I've seen Apple around, but of course, with a name like this, I can't imagine that they would really be an established team. But hey, if they are, then all for them. You know, who are we to judge? But yeah, we will be still sticking with a best of 5 format, starting on Tower Control Inkblaw Art Academy. Now, the last Tower Control game we saw during Surgeon Shipyard, it moved pretty quickly because teams were able to just push up really far once they were able to capitalize on this. And I feel like for Inkblaw, it can be a little bit harder in certain situations.
Yeah, it can be harder. It kind of depends, I think, a lot on what composition you're actually running. But it can be harder on Inkblood, but that certainly doesn't make it impossible. And I think it's still mostly about trying to play with pace, trying to play with everyone on the same page, trying to push to plat, then you push up to bats, trying to clear that out, then you push further and further into your opponent's spawn to get that tower a little bit more room to breathe and room to work in general with less things that can actually threaten the tower rider. So, might be harder, but certainly with enough coordination, enough synergy, not impossible all the same. And of course, Popgun's favorite map, always have to do that now every time that this map appears. work in that Popgun loves to see this map in tournaments and believes that it should appear in every counterpick set in competitive Splatoon history. So that is quote Popgun from 3 months ago.
I feel like
about it.
Yeah, I feel like it needs to be game 2 though to be like the true unofficial counterpick. You can't have it for game 1. You know, you have to go to like
game 4.
Yeah, you got to just start with Mako zones every time, and then you just go to Inkblot tower control. But yeah, I remember, and I feel like some of the times I can't tell if he was actually like flabbergasted, frustrated, or amused. I feel like a mix of all three of those maybe at certain times, but
yeah.
Let's take for real. Let's take a look at this in K-Bot. I see something that we're seeing for the first time today in this tournament, and that is the heavy edit coming out on the side of I've Got Nothing TBH. It is going to have the curling bomb and tacticooler. You know, this is one of those weapons that I think if teams were kind of not really, you know, kind of wanted to mix up from what their ballpoint was doing, and you didn't really want to run a zap, you're gonna be all hands on this edit splatling.
And you already see that this pickup is going to be able to push in, continue to keep steamrolling this one on forward. And they're already challenging Platt, challenging that Bats on the upper left side, and already going for their spot. I mean, look at Quen all the way up there with that shot, really trying to challenge this. And we get a host DC error. So that's a little anticlimactic, unfortunately, but you can tell certainly that the pace was there, right, for this pickup, which is I think exactly what you need to do with this heavy edit weapon, right? It has a little bit less range, and if you pair it up with the crab tank or something to set up that extremely long or longer range crossfire, I think it can be potent. And then when you don't have that ability to fully get set up, you've got to be more mobile. You've got to be asserting your own advantages there with so much others with the rest of the speed. And certainly we saw with the shot going forward and the end zap going forward as well, everything played to their strength there in the opening push of that. But it does look like I imagine we're going to see a replay, given that the room completely DC'd.
Yeah.
We'll get confirmation on that.
Yeah, and I mean, of course it was a very dominant start from I've Got Nothing TBH. And, you know, I kind of biting my tongue saying, oh, it's going to be a slower start on this stage. But no, we clearly saw that wasn't the case at all. But it just goes to show, too, how players, I think, are already using this heavy edit, which is we can just paint like you can play it like a zap at the beginning of just paint and get your cooler first. Sometimes it's a battle of who's going to get the first cooler and who can really make the pushes. And I mean, even though cooler, or not cooler, well, cooler did get a nerf actually. The respawn time, the cooldown time went from 7.5 seconds to 10 seconds, which in offensive Splatoon language, that's an eternity. But when you're on defense, that is like no time at all. But, again, I don't really think it's going to change much of the play style based on that at all. But I do enjoy watching this heavy edit. I've only played it maybe like twice, and I am not a backline player at all. I mean, I struggled with it, but I like seeing good players use it, and that's exactly what we're doing right here, especially with I've Got Nothing TBH.
Falco, you're telling me that we want to see the people holding the supportive specials charge up their specials as fast as possible, throw them out, and give the buffs to the rest of their teammates. And then the teams try to run at each other as fast as they possibly can on tower control Inkblot. I feel like I'm getting deja vu here, Falco. I can't put my finger on it. I feel like I'm getting deja vu.
Well, if you know, you know. But we are going to also see the Machine Neo come out. I don't know if that's something that we saw in the first part because, yeah, okay. I was focused too much on the edit splatling, and I've Got Nothing TBH is just starting off exactly where they left off. Really, nothing has changed. We get that wipeout. We get the rest of the players pushing up and throwing the cooler there by the tree up top, especially paired with this whale. You've got a lot of specials coming out right now and a lot of paint for I've Got Nothing, where Rabid is really going to try and find an opportunity to break in. They do have point sensors, which is going to be really great because you have a lot of these members of I've Got Nothing who are a little staggered and you need to pinpoint them, but you just need to win your 1v1s in that situation, but it's becoming more and more difficult, it seems like.
Certainly is, especially as Rabid continues going member after member down. You see one member backed in the corner on Slick here, and they're trying to hold on to some level of bat so that they can at least threaten this tower. But now Tacticooler is out. One member will get down to a bomb, but of course they'll be back in just a moment, and it'll likely be that the Cyan squad is going to be able to jump right back in and try to threaten things once more. As you see the Splash challenge the top side of the map once more, does find a trade before getting taken out, but still, map control largely Cyan right now, even still on the opponent's plat. I've got nothing, TBH certainly has got something on this patch, because they're starting to roll forward now with another Inkjet, looking up to this top side, won't be able to find the pick there, but is hoping to try to enable some of the rest of these members to get in now, diving in themselves, looking for the one underneath here, and will get traded out in the process. 2 down right now for Rabid, and they just do not quite have the manpower to try to contest this tower, especially with the killer whale coming out, the other member coming sweeping right through. The tower gets dangerously close to the knockout, and it will get knocked out by I've Got Nothing.
Yeah, and that was a really rough game for Rabin. And at the end, we saw Swig just get pushed back and pushed back. And in that situation, you kind of just have to jump back to your base. But when you're jumping, that's gonna, take 5-7 seconds that you're not able to attack or really focus on the tower. So I've Got Nothing just had everything in their favor at that point, not even letting Rabid really get to mid. Of course, the very first opening push, I mean, even though it was really good for I've Got Nothing, it was a little slower than the first time we saw it. But again, it doesn't really matter how fast it is as long as it works and as long as it's good. And it really did work for I've Got Nothing. We did see Rabbit there contest a little bit by the tree for some time, but again, they just couldn't get a flank and just had no opportunities to take down any of the members of I've Got Nothing.
No, Falco, at the end of the day, the push was still fast enough. And I think one small little part of that you could tell really just how fast I've Got Nothing wanted to play was the fact that their heavy edit player, while the tower was just about at that first checkpoint, absolutely yeeted that Tacticooler nearly up by that tree. So all of the members that were on plat could access it, and maybe the heavy edit would get it for itself later. Instead, fully committing that Tacticooler buff for those shorter range weapons that really want to do a lot of the running around. You get that V-Splash in position, you get the shot in position, or the machine in position, V-Splash in position, the 52 in position, and all of a sudden, you're able to start running circles around your opponents, and just trying to be even more of a nuisance. They were trying, as you mentioned, Rabbit was trying to contest that bat side, right? That upper leftmost part of the map as they were trying to come on back in. And that's where that tower stalled out for a minute while it was about around that mushroom, because there wasn't a firm hold of that bats up there on that side. But the second that it was completely taken on the second go around from I've Got Nothing, there was virtually no defense from Rabid. They started getting 1 or 2 down, had a little bit more of a stagger, and it was just curtains from there.
Yeah, and I mean, what was really hard about that stage too is there are many opportunities that you can just drop accidentally, especially on a slick spot, just like right below your base, and it's really hard to escape in that position. But we will be going on to our second game here. It's going to be Rainmaker Museum. We're going to see some of these comps come out. We're going to see the Slosher Neo come out once again, and the heavy edit come out. So really not many changes on I've Got Nothing. What worked for them before, they're going to just try to roll with it again. Rabid's still sticking with the NZAP as the cooler user here, but we are going to see CDS come out for the first time.
Really, from Rabid, this comp needs to get that charger online in a safe position, but I don't think it's going to be incredibly safe when they've got everything and the kitchen sink getting thrown at them, from Zukas to individual members to probably the heavy edit, even trying to contest and not trying to be afraid of this very splat charger. I feel like Rabid's going to have a difficult time actually moving forward and actually getting in, especially on a more wide angles map like this. And indeed, you see it fall apart as they try to take control of mid there. It'll be I've Got Nothing taking firm control of the checkpoint, and look at this heavy edit already, Falco, pushed all the way forward.
Yeah, I mean, if you can push them forward, you're going to really, really tear some things up, because we've mentioned that fire rate from that weapon is the fastest out of any Splatling. But look at this, Rabid able to get a wipeout here. but only allowing I've Got Nothing to get to 52. So again, a much better start to the game than they had before, and getting to this checkpoint, so they are back in it. But this is really Rabid's first opportunity that we've seen them play on offense, and they're able to take the lead just by pushing the Rainmaker a few more units, and they still have the player advantage at this time. So let's see what else they can cook. They are going to have some Zukas come out, but there are going to be some counter Zukas. Squeak going to be trying to pick it up, but it's now just going to be the Charger who's going to be retreating. So Rabid, I'm pretty impressed with that K-Bot.
Impressed with it all the same here as they're able to get it down rather far. But again, what will the response be? As you already see, ignoring the Rainmaker, they are trying to go for this, but now in pursuit of the Rainmaker, will they get to it in time? No, just comes up shy. This member of Rabid was trying to make the all-out play there. Now though, control of mid, still over to I've Got Nothing, but critically, they've got to break back on the plat here, and they're starting to already burn some of their specials with one Zuka getting taken out, and now the Tactical are going out. We'll see this where this whale explicitly gets used, probably likely to get paired up here with this V-Shot. They'll slowly start finding some of these picks and trying to get themselves on top of this plat. We'll see just how quickly they're able to actually push any advantage they might gain, or if they'll have to wait for another special cycle.
Yeah, I think this is where they're going to allow more patience for their push. We can see the Crab here on the middle spinner trying to just really push away some of their members. We see Apple getting some high ground too, just to get a little bit of extra height, maybe to potentially take out one of the Charger, or the Charger who's just poking there on the right side. CDS going to go down, 3 going to go down, and it's just going to be the Machine Neo over there on the top left, and they're able to splat Apple, but not before Quen is able to get a pick on them as well. So a few members going to be jumping here. Can they get Squeak? Yes, they can, but still just applying a lot of pressure. But Rabid able to drop it back to mid, kind of get a little bit of a reset, but I've Got Nothing is still pushing up on Rabid's plat.
And critically, they are not getting wiped out here. They are continuing to maintain their presence on the opponent's plat, and you see the special rotation start to come through again with another Zuka trying to push these members of Rabid back, and while it won't come up with any picks, it'll still enable a few of these members to start getting in with that a little bit of extra range, and now the Rainmaker makes a leap forward and finds the lead there. Here's the Crab Tank as well, offering jumps and a little bit of extra support, doesn't find a pick, but again, can I've Got Nothing try to hold on to this? It looks like they're actually able to send a member forward, 2 members forward, who are able to pick up just a few extra points. It's down to 11 now, which is a very critical point here, and Rabid's gonna have their work cut out for them to try to take this one right back.
And look at Apple still staying alive, doing such a good job, but now they are spotted getting one pick. I was wondering how long they were going to be able to survive that shark. So they are still alive, but look at that. Quen going to be getting a really nice pick on Squeak, and then getting a nice pick on Adapt. So with just about 45 seconds here, I've Got Nothing. Really just, you're in a position, just control mid the entire time. You've really made the pushes that you kind of want to make in this game to get a better position and, you know, make it a little more secured. So you don't need to try anything fancy, but I think that's going to make it even a little bit more difficult for Rabid, just because of how patient I've Got Nothing is going to be playing it.
And that's the thing here, is that as long as I've Got Nothing is playing a little bit further back, the engage potential from Rabid is just not going to be there. You see Zen lurk up to this right side, able to find a pick before things even get going here. Now we'll have to jump back to base as 2 of the members of Rabid are trying to go up to this right side, but now the Rainmaker gets backed away in a corner. It'll be virtually impossible to try to get it back there, and the game will end. I've Got Nothing able to come away with it once again after a fantastic series of push, but most critically, noting the amount of staying power they had when they were making that push down to 11. It wasn't one fell swoop down to 11. It was slowly starting to chip away at the opponent's defenses, and over time, building up more and more map presence, which they can very easily do with 3 shooters in this heavy edit.
Yeah, and of course for this game too, this is really where we saw Rabid. You know, we saw what they could do on offense. We couldn't really see that on Tower Control Inkblot because I've Got Nothing just seemed to push up very quickly and got the knockout, again, rather fast. But here, Rabid, we saw what they were capable of. And they did a good job trying to find opportunities to flank. And when they did have the player advantage, they did a good job capitalizing on that too. You know, it's obviously hard to really win your 1v1s in certain situations, but knowing, okay, this is when we're going to strike, this is when we're going to push forward, these are how we need to position some of these players. Like, you've done that a million times, but what's hard is you haven't always done it against teams who might have something else up their sleeve and able to get some splats. So yeah, that was a very impressive, you know, a match for Rabid, but unfortunately didn't work out for them. Now, at the end of that game too, for I've Got Nothing, you know, sometimes it's all about just like, how can we put this Rainmaker in a position that's going to be so difficult for the other team to either pick it up or move out of this? And that's why the Rainmaker kind of ended over there, kind of in the useless spot of the match.
Bear in mind, it was a member of Rabid that picked it up and then got backed into that corner because they were only 2 members up and the rest of I've Got Nothing swarmed around them, trying to stay alive, and then you just find yourself backed into a corner. You are almost assuredly going to get taken out at that stage of the game. But now we head on over to Clam Blitz. But the problem here, I think, for Rabid, again, is going to be trying to find an answer for a team that can be everywhere all at once, is what it feels like from I've Got Nothing, right? They are all over the map. They have so much map control in terms of the amount of ink they can actually pump out onto the ground, and then the speed at which this team is playing when it decides to go for the strike. Rabid is certainly going to have some targeted coordination and engaging answers for this team to try to find some more critical picks in order to try to open up some door of opportunity to make their way in. They've got to find a way to be more coordinated than the Rabbits on Nickelodeon. I'll say it.
Exactly. So I think for this one, we're probably not going to see Claim Scorch since we saw that during game 1. This one could be the Rainmaker, not the Rainmaker match that we're going to see. We are going to see Claim Scorch again. Never mind. Again, this one in the previous set, we saw it honestly a pretty quick back and forth pacing game. If I had the guess here, I've Got Nothing will likely have the upper edge regarding to this. Again, I don't want to assume anything, really make predictions, but you know, kind of when you've been seeing their play style, it's been very, very dominant. But I'm curious to see if Rabid is going to change up their comp, especially with the Charger player that might not. Oh, they're going to go Firefin this time. So Firefin, not one that you see all the time, but Aaron, a very good Charger, and it looks like Krexer is going to be going to the regular dually Squelchers instead of the CDS.
I do like the VDS for the Wavebreaker here, especially on this map, but worth noting from I've Got Nothing is that they actually switch out their 52 for a 96. That includes the Kraken, which is going to be even more pesky for Rabid as they try to get the Charger set up, try to get those VDS in a decent position, and actually to try to make a little bit of an impact. And you see right now getting a longer range pick and then jumping right away. I believe that's Apple on the 96. Still able to have such a presence, but here it comes. Aaron back on this Charger, able to find a couple picks. The Kraken tries to come up the middle of the map and now gets pushed away as it starts to run out of space. And he'll just decide to jump away again. It leaves the door of opportunity here as Rabid was able to withstand all of that to make a push here. And they will get at least one power climb in, but it remains to be seen just how long this push will stand, especially with how much map control I've Got Nothing has coming right back.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see Rabid doing this early in the game too, and not done with their push. Adapt is still holding onto some clams. We're going to see the strikes come in too. So Rabid really doing such a good job. Squee going to be throwing some clams in there as well. Aaron is still alive, and once again, that was the Charger who was alone pushed up by the basket. So Rabid getting all the way to 35 in this opening push. Very impressive, but K-Bot, we can see that I've Got Nothing is ready to strike on this respawn.
I expect Rabid, once they get set up, in order to have a decent amount of presence, even if they lose map control, they can have range, they can have a long-range Charger pick, and even a long-range VDS pick. But now the engaging potential comes through for I've Got Nothing as they find one with Azuka, and now they'll have a little bit of extra opportunity maybe to stick around the Crab take. No, never mind, that Crab gets taken out by the looks of it. Or no, sorry, that was the V-Splash and the heavy edit that get taken out. That means now that the push doesn't actually stabilize, and that's the risk you'll run right now if you're I've Got Nothing. You don't have as many stabilizing tools. You might be able to find engagements, you might be able to get in, and certainly they'll have more opportunities to make pushes happen, but how long will these pushes be remains to be seen.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because we know that this is not a done game for Rabid. They have the lead right now, but since we've seen what I've Got Nothing is capable of, oh, that's an unfortunate cooler, but just getting eaten by the greats there. I've definitely done things like that too. It's just going to be the heavy edit who is alive right now for the side of I've Got Nothing, but we have a few players pushing up on them. Ooh, and they are going to go down now. So Rabid back in control of mid, it looks like, waiting to find a perfect opportunity to form a clan. We see Krexter here with the power clam now have the Waybreaker ready. They're going to be tossing it to one of their teammates, and they're going to be handed it right back. But 2 specials online for I've Got Nothing, and it looks like they're going to be using one of them to take down the power clam.
Exactly what you want to see there from the Zuka. As I mentioned, the engaging potential coming through. The Zuka finds a pick, makes it such that Rabid can't get set up. This composition that just takes a little bit more time to fully find a stabilizing force. And now one member pushed up to this far left side, actually able to find a pick there. And now the Charger might be looking to get in on the action as well. But Apple jumps away, conserves that Kraken, and Squeak's going to start dashing in, looking for the blitz play to the basket, and will find it there. Now we'll see where the rest of the follow-up is here from Rabid, because no one else was around. No one else was really ready for that. And indeed, the barrier will go right back up and won't be able to come through with any more points.
No, but look at this. I mean, with Rabid still trying to just throw all their specials forward and keep all the pressure on the side of I've Got Nothing. Again, that's what you need to do at this point of the game. You have about a minute, which can be a pretty long minute, and I would imagine I've Got Nothing could try and come back and at least take over mid a little bit. They did have a crab online, but it looks like one of their players is going to go down, and Rabid's still trying to keep these power claims alive, but no, I've Got Nothing doing a good job now breaking into mid. So this will really be their opportunity. One power clam will get rid of their penalty points, and then they're going to need a little bit more after that, but it looks like they are getting in a position to do that. So Rabid now going to have to play some very, very important defense.
Kraken there from Apple, able to predict exactly where Aaron's going to go, and now opens up the opportunity here for I've Got Nothing, as there's no one back home. They've got a little bit of control as they start slipping their way into the court, and now have enough of painting presence to get back in. They're starting to come through, but now they're actually going to lose it here. They've got to charge up a power clam as soon as they can, or actually they might be able to go for something here. Actually, they're able to find the lead as the collapse doesn't come through from Rabid with very little paint presence underneath the basket. Continually, I've Got Nothing sticks around, and now Zen is going to be able to come up with a double, but critically, overtime is forced. The barrier goes back online, and it's 20 seconds. Aaron is trying to provide as many jumps as possible as that pity clam is about to get picked up, but now we're running low on time. 10 seconds here left to go. Strikes coming out. Where's the engagement going to be made? It looks like the BDS player is going to be able to find one that was trying to shark back behind, but no actual way to get into that basket. I've Got Nothing's going to take the 3-0 in the set.
Yeah, oh man, that was so rough for Rabid because when you're in the lead for pretty much the entire game, and then in the last 10 seconds the opponents take the lead, you need to shift your focus like basically 100-100 the other way around. It's so hard to go from that offensive defensive mindset when you've been in the lead the entire time, but I've Got Nothing did a fantastic job finding an opportunity to break through. And for Rabid, man, that was so close, especially in that last game. They got closer and closer each game as they played through, but I've Got Nothing. They've clearly got something, K-Bot, because they got a good 3-0 over Rabid.
I do think they have something, and I think in this matchup, it is largely a stylistic difference. This Charger could never fully get set up, and sometimes when it was able to get set up, it wasn't able to capitalize in ways that you'd like to see from that Charger. But even still, those opportunities were few and far between. With very little paint support when it really mattered, Rabid couldn't turn a little part of the map the opposite color on a dime, and sometimes, especially versus this team, if I Got Nothing, that's exactly what they needed to do, to hold there at the very end instead of letting a couple of those extra clams slip by. They didn't quite have it in their composition. They didn't have the members in place to actually shut that push down and prevent that from happening altogether. And indeed, not able to fully get set up, or not able to fully find the engagement on the other side of the map either. So at the end of the day, it will be I've Got Nothing advanced. They will go up against Gobsmacked for the qualification match into top 4 of this Proving Grounds.
Yeah, Gobsmacked getting that 3-1 victory over Orca Ballestra. Of course, we saw Orca win during round 2 for our first set here on stream. Other wins from this set, Cup of Limeade getting a 3-0 win over, 3-0 win over Velocity, so they'll be moving on to the top 8. And Octopi with a win over Healthy Diet Food Groups, getting that 3-0, very important 3-0 match for them. So we will be seeing them in our top 8. No score reported right now for Booyah X Zuka and Silly Kitties, who are going head to head right now. We will see who comes out on top of that. And carrying Pulp 1-0 over Retirement Home. So, I mean, Silly Kitties, a team that we have seen many times. If you really want to go all the way back to last Ludi season, they won Ludi Season 4, which, by the way, we haven't even talked about the fact that Ludi is coming back and signups are happening this weekend, which is very, very exciting. I know I'm excited for it, but...
I did hear about that, for the record.
You did hear about that?
Clear.
I
did hear about that. I did hear
Nice.
that Ludi was happening again. That's huge.
Yeah, so we're excited. So everybody who has team divs in your bio, just know that it's wrong until seeding comes out, and then on that day, it is the only time it's correct. So we're going to be very excited for all that. I know a lot of players, a lot of teams are always excited. You know, it's kind of like Christmas morning sometimes, getting your Ludi div. Whether you're going to get the present you think you get, or if you're going to get a lump of coal and get seeded incorrectly, which...
No. Falco, let's be clear. It's actually Christmas morning for the people who aren't in Ludi and then just get to open up the complain about your division channel.
Yes, I was going to get there. Yeah.
And sip their hot cocoa in the morning.
Yeah.
That's actually what it's all about there. That's the true essence, okay, of the Ludi season.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And like last year was the first time I ever played Ludi, and we got Div 8, and I was like, cool. And that was that, you know. But like this, I was like that. Sure, whatever. I don't care. You know. And we were competitive with the teams we faced, so I can't complain. Yeah. It was perfect. But this season, I'm not going to be playing, so I'm going to be on that sideline, just ready. I'm waiting for that complain about your division channel to open.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Taking in all that sweet tea. And maybe taking in some pie too, because Octopi is going to be playing up next against Blamo. So Blamo was the one who beat Fairy Lights 3-0, I believe. Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's like Blamo. Okay.
Blamo?
Like, it's more impactful. How do I want to say this? I mean, you've heard it for Western movies or something, right? Like Blamo, like that.
No.
That sort of thing. I'm pretty sure. No, you haven't heard that?
No, but I would say, I'll take your word on it, because like you've mentioned, you don't have a lot to go off of for this proving ground. So I'll let you have this one, Kidbot.
Okay. Come on. Man. Hey, back in my day, there was a different team named Octopi, okay? I'll say it.
Yeah.
Back in my day. These
folks
aren't original. Yeah,
no.
That's right.
Let's talk about Octopi's changing roster, because we mentioned that Gus and Luna were recent to join this team. Of course, you can also talk about kind of the history of Octopi. It feels like yesterday they won LSL, which, by the way, it was not yesterday, and it just felt like it. But they've added quite some key players here to stay competitive here in Proving Grounds, and we're going to see how well they do against Blamo. I said it right. I say it right?
No, it's not blame.
I said Blamo. Blam.
Blamo.
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 Okay.
Not blame.
Yeah.
You're not blaming anyone for anything. Blamo.
What Western is that from? Like, what are you...
I don't... It's more of like a stereotype thing in my head. I was going to say, it's actually from a movie, or it's like a cartoon or something, right?
Is this what you're doing besides paying attention to competitive
No,
Splatoon?
I'm
watching
paying
Westerns?
attention to... No, I'm paying attention to Omega Strikers. I have nothing to do with watching Western movies. I still don't watch movies. Yeah. There we go. Worked in Omega Strikers on the broadcast. Let's go. Where were we?
Well, we were talking about Ludi. And how we are going to sit on the sidelines, but let's not sit on the sidelines for this set. We're going to be starting off with Rainmaker Undertow. Honestly, I really enjoy this map and mode. It's the only mode I like for Undertow, but it involves a lot of patient gameplay, so that's always what I love to see.
I do think, Falco, this might be slightly more patient than the other times that you've tried to say, oh, this map will be less fast, and then, they blitz it down. So I think you're probably more accurate in that, but even still, I think one of the things that I'm picking up on time and time again is, I'm starting to tune back in a little bit more and even start coaching some teams, is again, it is all about how fast you can actually engage. How fast can you get all 4 members of your team working towards the same exact goal? And if you can do it on the flip of a coin, that's exactly what you want to see, right? When you can do it, turn your heel on a dime and make the play, make the charge, make that decisive action, that's where it becomes most critical. And so, whether or not the map actually ends up playing slow or a little faster, trying to get everyone on the same page like that is very critical.
Yeah, I think so too, and we're going to have to see it really come into play for this game as we get set up for Game 1, Round 4 now. In Proving Grounds, winner is going to move on to the top 4 here. So taking a look at some of these weapons here, no new weapon. Okay, we're going to have the heavy edit from Taro, but on Octopi's side, no new weapons. Lemon has been an incredible wiper player, and they're always going to be really fun to watch.
You see that heavy edit come out here again, and looking again to try to make that faster paced play style on the whole. That's what they're really trying to look for, but already we start to see some of these members of Octopi get taken out as Blamo's going to start coming forward. They'll pick with a Rainmaker and immediately look to take this left.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what you want to do. It's easy to push, pretty close to the podium, but sometimes to get that dunk can be a little tricky. And then this is where the patient play will really have to come in the handy, because you can either take it up the slick ramp or the graded rounded corner. So again, this one will potentially be more patient, unlike maybe the other ones, unless Taro just tears it up and is able to really push forward. But it looks like that's what Blamo is doing against Octopi right now, as Octopi is struggling to find an opportunity to break in. Looks like they will be getting the pop, but they don't really have anything to follow up on that, as Blamo is still applying a ton of pressure.
And look, they were able to get that push down to 22, because even though they had their heavy edit player pick up that Rainmaker, there was a crap tank right at that player's back that it gets popped out, has that range to escort that Rainmaker on forward and provide at least a little bit of cover in order to do so. But now that Rainmaker does indeed get bailed out and dropped off of their own platform, Octopi, and they're starting to build up a little bit of map presence, looking to try to assess their options here. Again, this composition going to play slightly slower with that charger, but expect to see that vac come out here soon as they make a decision on where to push.
Yeah, and I think here in this, in this situation, you can be a little more patient, but they're just gonna rush it towards this right side, which again, this checkpoint, it's easier to get to initially, but harder to really follow up and figure out what you want to do in that position, whereas the left side, might be a little bit easier, but then you can be more patient. But yeah, Octopi not able to get that solidified checkpoint, but they did make a good amount of progress. But I mean, the Rainmaker is just going to reset, so that's only going to benefit Blamo. But it looks like the barrier is going to be popping, and Octopi is actually going to be the one grabbing it. Lemon is the one who picks it up, and Tort here is trying to find an opportunity to push up. They are not able to get a pick just yet, but Lemon on Octopi is going to go down to the Zuka shot from Maiko.
Trying to find some kind of an angle to get something towards this Rainmaker, but it is going to get taken down, and now Octopi slowly starts to get zoned away as map coverage starts to come on back through from Blamo. The pop's going to go to the favor of Octopi here, and now the ink vac comes out, but it's only for a minute before it gets overloaded. And now Octopi is going to have another challenge to try to get up to this pedestal, especially with Soup on this far side. But here comes the wiper of Lemon, able to find the shorter range play. And now the hammer comes out, but it instantly gets deleted. And the hold is made at this checkpoint. Blamo plays passively enough and utilizes their range to block off this corner of the map.
Yeah, that was really, really good for them. Like you said, blocking off the corner of the map, just not letting anybody be able to push through. So I think the Rainmaker will be resetting right now. Of course, Blamo's still in a very good position because they have a lot of control of mid. And really, they've been winning their 1v1s too. they've been doing a good job just not dying to the specials that Octopi's using, especially maybe some of these Zuka shots, you know, some of the more lethal specials, and then doing a good job avoiding the stamp. And speaking of stamp, taking down the Lemon, the stamp user, is going to be really crucial. And with the support of this rain, I believe Blamo is in a pretty good position to push forward. They do have some of their members staggered a little bit, and Taro is trying to position themselves a little more effectively, but here we can see the Splash player and 3 of the members now being a little more aggressive and pushing up, and Lemon going to go down once again. So everything is working out for Blamo as they push it and get it down here on the slick ramp.
Once again, back down to this side, and now they're going to be looking to stick around, but no, they start to get taken out one by one. You see Cactus Shot forced to back away as being that last member online, and now will opt for the jump here as the collapse comes through. Maiko actually trying to play a little bit more of a skirmisher role, is able to find one for the road, and now is diving after the Rainmaker, looking for the pick, and is able to find it there with just 15 seconds left to play. There's another one coming through for Maiko, and suddenly Blamo has a little bit of map control in the middle of the map. Yet another here as he pops the Zuka in order to secure this one. It's 3 down for Octopi. Maiko charges forward just as the whistle blows, and Blamo will take game 1.
Yeah, again, one of those matches where it seems like they had control pretty much the entire time. I mean, Octopi, they were able to make that one push, just, you know, going to the right checkpoint. And again, we mentioned that checkpoint might be a little bit easier to get to initially, but moving from there, you can be a little more patient the next time around. Sometimes you just have to take any opportunity that is presented to you. But yeah, Blamo, I think, like, comes down to just winning the 1v1s, and the entire time they had control of the map. In Undertow, it's a big map. It is a big map, a little bit easier to flank on and be a little more sneaky. So when you have all of that in your favor, it can be difficult to come back from. So a very solid win there for Blamo.
And you talk about winning 1v1s, but just look at the weapon composition there alone. Not only do they have that heavy edit we were talking about, but we didn't really even get the chance to talk about the Nautilus on that very same team. That's effectively 2 weapons with very similar range that'll outrange most of the other short-range weapon compositions. And not only that, but they can be incredibly mobile while doing so. The Nautilus might have to dip into ink and swim around a little bit, but it's designed to do that. Meanwhile, the heavy edit can certainly just run around with a little bit of extra run speed, and the thing is just looks like it's Sonic nearly while it's carrying a charge. So you think about those things, and you think about the fact that these things, you know, the shorter range weapons paired into these Splatlings are not going to go well, and suddenly you've got a little bit of extra range control. And as long as you're constantly moving, as long as you're always trying to find some kind of unique thread or flank angle to try to make sure that that charger can never get set up, it feels like a recipe for success here from Blamo.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, especially kind of like identifying and not letting the backlines get too comfortable from the other team. It's kind of like a pyramid at that point, you know, taking out the base and then moving forward to try and make them less mobile. Yeah, I completely agree with that. We'll be moving on now to Claim Blitz Barnacle. Again, this one is going to be, it's a little more flat. I would say a little more charger friendly at sometimes, but you know, still a match where when you're scoring like into a pit. So a lot of opportunities on the defensive side to try and flank and get around. So you just have to be aware of that and try and capitalize off of that if you are defending. But we are going to be seeing, yeah, the heavy edit, the knot come back out, and we're going to see the E-leader. That makes sense too, and we're going to see a knot being used by Gus as well. So a knot on both sides now.
Yeah, I think the knot, again, trying to fight fire with fire here, because it is very difficult to actually find something that's going to have a little bit more of an advantageous matchup into so much range. Or maybe not so much range, but at least larger than average range, right? So you might as well try to fight fire with fire there. But again, it's all going to be a matter of whether or not this E-leader can get set up and whether or not it can find some of these picks. As now we start to see some more of these ranges come through, especially with Miko Zuka already pushing the members back from Octopi and making sure they're not comfortable.
Yeah, and if you know, it's just the slow push at first for Clan Blitz, and even if you don't get 1v1s, you don't get the picks, you can still push up as a unit in a 4v4 situation if you're careful enough. And Blamo was doing just that as they were able to get a little bit more control of mid. Right now, it's only the Heavy Edit who's in control of a clam, and 2 of their members are going to be going down. So Octopi going to try and capitalize on this. Cooler going to be coming out for Blamo as members from their team going to be picking it up on their respawn. But Octopi here, this is where you really search and identify. If you're Lemon, you go for it because you can get those picks from time to time. Unfortunately, at that point, it did not work out for them. And Blamo is going to be taking over into mid once again, but this time with a little more special, a little more power claim in their possession.
Watch things start to build one on top of the next. The crab tank comes out in mid, trying to get some of these members further forward. Now you start to see the Heavy Edit come through, and here comes the Zuka, finds the pick onto that critical E leader on that left side, and now this opens up for Blamo to start coming through. They find one with a bomb here, and now the power claim is going to be able to connect with that barrier. We'll see how many more they can get online here, and just how oppressive they can be as Octopi starts to come on back in from the respawn. They're slowly starting to set up some crossfires here, and Miko's harassing on this left side. They'll go 2 down to the process thanks to being down in that pit like you mentioned earlier, but a push down to 39 here for Blamo is quite strong early.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially if Maiko here, who is still alive and getting 2 picks there, doing a good job and using the Zuka. Can they take down Potato? Yes, they can. It is just going to be Gus, but their Zuka, Maiko's Zuka, is going to run out. So, you know, the one player you can't take down is the one who's just sitting by your basket. And of course, you can't push forward until you take them out. And that's exactly why Blamo was just able to score, get back into mid, and already be on the offensive side once again. So Maiko getting some key picks in that position.
And you can tell that Blamo was trying to meet Maiko there on that left side, make sure that they weren't backed into that corner critically. And even though 1 or 2 of them might go down as the Octopi's onslaught starts to come on through, they were largely successful in meeting Octopi there, not letting them take back control of mid, not letting them get a lot of clams on the board, and even still having the amount of map control that they have right now. Here comes the Ultra Stamp. No, denied there by Soup. And Blamo still has control of mid. It is still in eyesight of this basket.
Yeah, and Octopi, they're really having a difficult time trying to break in. And I think what's going to be difficult is, I mean, Blamo's comp is just very mobile with the knot, with the shot, with the splash. And then you have the Heavy Edit who just can shred things once an enemy player is spotted. And that's why it's just the E-Leader who's alive on the side of Octopi. Blamo going to be getting that power claim in and getting closer and closer as they just have about, looks like 23 remaining. It's not going to be on this push, but they are hoping it could be on the next one. You know, unfortunately for Octopi, like we mentioned, haven't had an opportunity to break in. It is such a struggle when you feel like you've been playing defense the entire time. And I think as time dwindles down, that means that the push you do make, if you can eventually make it, has to be a good push. You can't just get one power clam in to keep it alive. That's not going to do anything kind of at this point. So that's going to also change how they're going to be playing and approaching this. It looks like they are able to get some picks as 2 players from Blamo going to be going down. But K-Ball, I don't know if it's going to be enough this late in the game.
It doesn't look like it now with just 35 seconds remaining. 2 members are down from Octopi, and Gus has jumped back to spawn. That means that map control going to go right back over to Blamo. They take their opponent's side here of the map and are already starting to try to threaten this. Octopi back to the drawing board, has to find a way in with no specials to their name. But what were they even supposed to engage with in the first place here? Is they don't have any tools at their disposal to force and shove their way in, force the members of Blamo back, and they continue raining on their parade. As the crab tank comes out, here comes the Zuko once more to try to get a little bit of extra damage onto these members of Octopi. But this one looked over a long time ago as Blamo has maintained control of mid nearly for all 5 minutes of this game. And now they'll take it through overtime as the last few fall. Blamo will go up 2-0 in the set.
And what's really hard about that game too, that's just like a 5-minute slow burn. You know, sometimes you would rather just I don't want to say rather get knocked out quickly, just to avoid kind of how you're going to be feeling, especially going into a game 3 when you're down 0-2. But yeah, that is so hard for Octopi to kind of be in that position. And I think too, you know, we mentioned this stage, Barnacle, it's just a little more flat. Your backlines can get a little more comfortable, and that's always going to benefit you when you're already in control of mid too, rather than finding any ways that you can break through. Of course, if you have control of mid, you have control of, you know, 2/3 of the map at that point too, just to have for your clam economy. So that's, you know, Blamo did a very good job just keeping it in control and getting that win.
Yeah, and again, like I was alluding to there, and I want to go a little bit deeper in, when you're building a composition, if you're Octopi, what are you trying to build it around? It looks like right now you're trying to set up that E-leader, but right now, that E-leader has to take so much time to get set up in the perfect position to have area and influence over the map, and it has to be protected at all times. Meanwhile, you've got nothing to try to displace the enemy team. Your only bet is to try to send Lemon in on that Wiper. With an Ultra Stamp, or even with just the Wiper's main weapon alone, you don't have a special like a Zuka, like a Crab Tank, that you can pop and immediately try to just shove your opponents back. Without that to their name, it feels like this one's going to be very difficult, especially as we head to a Splat Zones map on Mako Mart here of all places, Falco, where it'll be very easy for Blamo to get set up and make sure that Octopi can't find their way back into the zone.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's all going to start with just controlling the stacks, especially controlling the right stack if you're able to get mid. Whether you're going to put your heavy there, maybe you're a ball point, or not your ball point, but like you're not, just to be a little more mobile as well. So we will see how well that these players and these teams can adjust and adapt. We are going to be seeing the we're going to be seeing 2 sloshers come out. Gus is going to be using the vanilla slosher, Rose is going to be using the vanilla tri-slosher, and Potato using the Firefin. Honestly, we've been seeing a lot more Firefin here tonight than I thought we would, but, you know, always lovely to see. And speaking of which, they're going to go down pretty early as Blamo able to get 2 early on, but Octopi is the first one to touch mid.
They might have touched mid for a moment, but with so many of their cephalopods going down, it'll be Blamo taking control of the zone, and now they've got to make sure that Octopi doesn't touch this ever again, because once they get set up, they, in theory, should have the ability to try to zone them away. But we'll see if they can actually have that opportunity, as Miko's Zuka is going to land with Rose's Inkjet, able to take that out of the sky, and now turns around to find a second. The members of Octopi are scrambling to try to hold onto this zone, but now they get wiped out and all sent back to spawn, as they'll have to slowly start building things up again to try to find a similar engagement, largely probably centering around that Inkjet.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're going to be doing, trying to keep them alive and to really work with the Inkjet to put them in a position where even if they're not getting the picks, you're once again serving as a distraction for the rest of the members of Octopi to try and get to. But Blamo's still doing such a good job controlling here. And of course, you talk about you need to control this right stack too if you want to control the zone, just because that's the easiest point that you can scout members coming from spawn. 2 members here are going to be pushing on the right side from our left side from Octopi as they are trying to break in, and some specials now being used. It's not going to be enough really to cap the zone quite yet, but with a 1-player advantage, this might be the opportunity, and it looks like it is, giving a 60 penalty to Blamo, and that might even be a little bit of a delayed wipe, as we saw 2 members go down and then 2 more members go down on the side of Blamo. So Octopi, first time in this, I don't want to say this set, the first time in a while that they've really been in a lockout position to try and push forward, and let's see what they can do, starting with Rose here guarding the right stack.
They have to find a hold. They have to find it against so many engagement tools, because here they come. Crab Tank out to take back control of this stack, is now the rest of the members of Blamo are going to start slowly working their way forward. It does look like the Nautilus is able to get taken out, which is a little bit of breathing room, but now here comes the Tacticooler. Even if they get taken out, they'll be right back into the fray, and they're already just forcing themselves on top of the zone with the sheer amount of ink they have at their disposal to paint the square. They do it there, and now they'll be looking to actually clear out the rest of the members here with a little bit of extra map control. Indeed, Octopi actually went with the retreating route, and it'll be looking to regroup here, looking to re-engage, but Falco, they might only have one more time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that they gave Blamo a hefty penalty to begin with, but I mean, look at this. Blamo's really been dwindling it down rather quickly, and here we see Maiko pushed so far up on the enemy's side, able to get 1, 2, now 3 down. It's just going to be Gus who's going to go down, so that is going to be a delayed wipe without Octopi being able to really get to the zone, so that is so unfortunate, as they had all these players just really trying to push forward, but no, Blamo quick on the 3v2s, just knowing where to position their teammates and doing such a good job getting that win and getting the 3-0 victory.
The desperation plays rarely work out in the end, and a fantastic 3-0 with so many things working well. I think in this composition, again, stylistically, it feels like the faster team, the team that can be more mobile, largely thanks to the heavy edit, its speed and its range, comes out on top here in a couple of matches back-to-back, and Blamo will be the first team to qualify for top 4 tonight in Proving Grounds 20.
Yeah, getting a nice 3-0 victory. You're right, they are the first. The other teams haven't even either. We're kind of like flying through tonight, K-Bot. We've been seeing a lot of 3-0s here. The only other scores that are reported right now are Cup of Limeade. They are up 1-0 over Tody squad. But yeah, with Gobspacked and I've Got Nothing, still no score reported. Carrying Pulp, Booyah X Zuka, no score reported as well. So yeah, Blamo moving on to the top 4. Top 4 works a little bit differently in here in Proving Grounds. It is a double elimination. So it's really a fight to get to that top 4 spot, and then like it's a whole nother tournament that starts, you know? It's kind of like these are the precursor to, I don't want to say the real tournament, but for a lot of these teams it comes down to like, okay, now we are locked in, now we are set. Let's try and take on this top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And the top 4 is really where we start seeing a lot of these closer battles, right? And these teams start to get a little bit more familiar with one another. They have that second life in the losers bracket as well that they can utilize and really attempt to go for things to the fullest extent here. But I have a feeling that, I mean, from what I've seen so far, this Blamo roster looks like they can put something together here, right? I was talking a lot about the fact that they've got so many weapons and everything just feels like it's useful all of the time. The heavy edit with its paint, with its little bit of extra range oppression, paired with that Nautilus, paired with that Crab Tank, and then a random Zuka comes out, or Miko with all of that ink coverage is able to come up with triples at times and be a little bit pesky. I think this is a team to watch out for as we look forward to top 4. We'll see who else gets the chance to join them here, as certainly other heavy contenders will be coming through in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, it'll be a lot of fun to see. But Falco, I think critically, again, the team that can play the fastest and most coordinated will be the one to take it. Is that seems to be exactly where we're going. And right now, it feels like Blamo has, at least what we've seen in that last set, proven themselves quite well on that metric.
Yeah, they certainly have a team that is well deserved to be here in the top 4. You know, I feel like a lot of the times in Proving Grounds we will have teams who will play every time there is an opportunity. One of the teams who the team who won last Proving Grounds 19, In Control Red Sun, they had been playing a little bit before, but they are not in this tournament today. So there are there's a lot more contenders, and I mean, teams that I love to see. I always love when we get to see teams who are kind of practicing for their LAN. So again, looking at the bottom, Cup of Limeade, that is a Cherry Limeade plus Mud Cup team. And we can actually see the score just updated there. Tody's squad getting a win, tying it up 1-1 now. So that is going to be a very competitive fight to see who will be moving on to the top 4. So it's again gonna be really fun to see as we get closer and closer to that. But it's, yeah, K-Bot, I believe that is going to be the end of our time. Wish we could show you guys some of these matches going on, but they're probably in the middle of it. We don't want to disturb them, so I guess we'll kind of toss the torch here. How about that?
Yeah, we'll send you off to a little bit of an extended break. If any of these players are streaming, go watch that perhaps. And We'll be back in a little while, or I shouldn't say we will be back, but instead you'll be joined by Rissa and Magic on the mic to carry out the top 4 and the rest of this event. So should be a lot of fun to stick around and keep tuned for that. Falco, where could the good people find you? Because I imagine you have a little bit of a call out to make for anyone who's interested in getting involved on this whole casting and production thing.
Yeah, well, first of all, you can find me Falco Flyer on Twitch, Falco Flyer 11 on Twitter. And with the announcement of Ludi coming up, I'm happy to announce that Splatoon Tourney will once again be casting Ludi Tonight sets. And we are always interested in growing the team for that broadcast, whether it's commentators, streamers, being a data team member. So if you are interested, definitely get in touch with me. But you can also find me in Sandusky, Ohio in about 5 days from now, if I can do the math. I'm arriving on Thursday, whatever that is from now. 5 days. 5 days from now,
6 days.
I will...
Hello?
6?
6. It's
6
Friday.
days. Thank
I'll
you.
go.
I can't do elementary math. 6 days from now. So I'm going to be very excited to see a lot of you guys in chat, including our lovely streamer here, Rice. K-Bot, I'm going to miss you, buddy. I'm going to miss you there.
I will not be there. I will miss not being there. But you'll be able to find me on an Omega Strikers broadcast that weekend in case anyone was so worried about missing me, or those of you that'll be staying at home. I'll have something else you could watch, so you don't just have to watch all of your friends at Riptide. You can find me on Twitter at kbot_273, where sometimes I tweet out what I'm doing. Most of the time, though, it's either I am live on Twitch with Omega Strikers, or there is a broadcast that I'm excited about that you can find there. So, with all that out of the way, we will catch you all later. You're currently watching Proving Grounds 20 on Inkling Performance Labs, and we'll see you all on the other side of this break for Top 4.
Hello, all you wonderful people. This is Proving Grounds 20. We are in the top 4 bracket. My name is Magic 8 Ball, and it has been a while since I've been generally on the mic for Splatoon, but all specifically on IPL. And I've got Rissa here with me. Hello, Rissa. How are you?
I am good, Magic. It's been a while since I've been on the mic as well. But I think I love Proving Grounds, so I'm very happy to be back here on a Friday night.
Right. You're usually playing, though, pretty consistently, right?
Yeah, since I haven't commentated in 2 or 3 months, I've actually just been grinding and playing the game itself. So yeah, I'm switching it up now. We're going back to commentating this week.
All right, fair enough. Since you've been grinding, I'm sure you have at least run into a few of these players, but you've said that the Tody squad that we have here on the right side with a nice Chisato PFP, I can't remember her name, from Licorice Recoil, but we don't know these players.
Yeah, we were since we had a kind of a long break there to get everything going on our end, to get the teams ready and everything. We were sitting here in the voice chat and we were looking at this top 4 bracket and saying, wait, this Tody squad, we're not really familiar with who these players are. And the names to me are not looking familiar, but I feel like, maybe I'll see their IGNs and be like, oh wait, I've seen that person. But we're gonna have to see. Magic and I are not too familiar with this team.
But on the other side, I've got nothing, to be honest. We saw them earlier on stream. We saw that they played some gals, they played some, some pretty standard stuff, but they're a consistent bunch, and they're looking to not only go deep into Proving Grounds, but maybe get themselves a win if they can topple the rest of these teams.
Yeah, what was it? Let me look at the bracket really quick here. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. This team, I've got nothing. If you have been watching the stream or following along with the bracket behind the scenes, I honestly am not sure if this was streamed, but this team, I've got nothing, actually beat Gobsmacked, and I'm not sure if it's because of a DC issue. Wait, I was thinking of Power's team, sorry. The team Gobsmacked had some really notable players in it: Kiwi, Kaden, Junkie, Daybreak, Sangura. They actually 3-1'd that team, so they're definitely showing out today on this Friday night.
They call it Proving Grounds. They don't call it Proving Grounds for nothing. They definitely proved their grounds to be here. So it seems like we're about to get ready to get into these first match. We've got Claimblitz Museum. I'd say this is pretty much a classic after a year. We're a week out from a year from Splatoon series release date. Isn't that crazy? But this one's pretty classic at this point.
Yeah, I feel like in Splatoon 2, it was kind of around, but not really a ton, but it was kind of there sometimes. And then now that we've got into Splatoon 3 about a year now, this one has become a staple in competitive map lists.
Oh yeah. We're getting right into it. This is the semifinal round of the upper bracket and Proving Grounds. I've got nothing, to be honest, versus the Tody squad. Apple Zen, that's a name that I wish I could pronounce. And then on the other side, we've got Dang It Haru, KSAR, and Tody. Overall, though, we're going to be seeing these very long-range compositions with these splatlings, these newfangled toys that people have to play with.
It looks like we're sticking with that, splatling meta that's kind of come up recently within the Splatoon 3 meta. But on it looks like I've got nothing. They are running that new splatling, so I'm really interested to see if that's going to have any significant impact. I haven't really got to watch it competitively, so we'll have to see as we follow along with the set.
Gets taken out right there by Danger up on these dualies, which is also a pretty unconventional pick, I might add. KSAR getting a couple of nice picks with this splatter shot, running into a wall, quite literally, and then having to turn away. Bit of a scuffle in mid, a minute gone, and nothing too crazy out of these teams just yet. No standout plays, nothing too swinging in the momentum either side.
It looks like it was kind of a scrappy beginning there. Neither team really got the upper hand, but right now, mid is looking pretty orange. It looks like Tody squad is finally just slowly starting to push up. They're slowly suffocating I've Got Nothing, and you can see that paint. They're getting their specials ready, trying to get ready for a push with their 14 clams that they have.
Ooh, Crab War does not go in the favor of Danger. Instead, poking his head into a little bit too much danger in that situation. Tody finally able to clean up afterwards, getting these picks, and I believe a nice inkjet shot from the Splatling on the side of Tody squad leads to their first push, and they've got clams to back it up and keep it moving. They just need to keep this ground. It looks like they did not have. They backed up just a little bit too much, and the members of I've Got Nothing able to respawn for the time being, but these clams are still flying in up on the side. Aru was able to get up a couple of nice ones. Finally, the wipeout goes through, and this basket is going to get closed.
And that was pretty, I mean, for a first push there, and setting that up, getting that mid control, getting their specials ready, setting up that push, able to get some really, really nice points on the board. But here comes that switch up where, okay, we got a complete wipe. Now the other team is able to take all of that mid controlled. Now I've Got Nothing is the team that's creating all this space using their specials, and it looks like they're doing a really good job at chaining them. We saw the crab, and then after the crab ended, we saw that Zuka, and now I've Got Nothing able to open up the basket and score in some clams of their own.
We also have the power clam in the back, which is a good opportunity. Ken, I'm going to just call him Ken because I think that's how you pronounce it. Have a good situation here. Apple on the shark. Able to get the gal on the other side. A beautiful play, and has the jumps, but is not going to get it in time for the basket. And the bomb, actually, a beautiful bomb from, I believe that is Danger on the dualies, was able to get that pick on the wall. A little bit unfortunate, a little bit of a reversal Uno no you card, but all in all, good pushes from both sides.
Yeah, really good pushes from both sides. You can see, I mean, look at those points, 47 and 51. Super, super close scores here, and we still have 2 minutes left of this match. So with the way we've seen this go back and forth, I could see anything happening. Tody squad able to actually open up the basket and score in that initial power clam, but looks like the defense coming out from I've Got Nothing is on lock. They're not letting them get any more clams in the basket.
No, they didn't let them extend the lead, which I think is really important here. Having the opportunity there and getting shut down is actually really, like, it can stifle your momentum, and like it's a little bit of a waste of the power clams. You're not getting in those clams as efficiently as you would have otherwise. And so it gives them an opportunity to come back in and on their next push, make sure they have a good chance. But on this side, Danger using that crab to shove them into this corner in mid and finally get a good pick off of it. This whale might be able to stuff him out, but not before his teammates end up putting in the work to push them back, and Tody squad is at their doorstep once again.
Wow, I honestly thought I've Got Nothing was going to get another push in because they were slowly taking in mid. They were continuing to get members of Tody squad down, but Danger was able to just flank, take down 2 members of I've Got Nothing, and now look at this. Once again, chaining those specials. We see that whale, we see that inkjet come out, and once again, Tody squad pushing up here to score in another clam.
And able to get a nice, beautiful Zuka shot over the arch of the spinner. That's a little bit of an art in its own right, but fortunately, clams going in, able to make a good use of this push, and Tody has been a very important player on this gal, I might add, able to get these picks very consistently, which is exactly what you need to be doing. Gonna go down here, heavy edit, able to get that fire rate in. And the members of Tody squad backing up and going for a final defense and throwing the clams off the side of the map.
Ooh, they are not letting them have it here. You can see, though, I've Got Nothing doing everything they can. It's overtime right now. They need to push up and score in that power clam that they have. But with one member going down on their side, you see Apple there trying to lead the charge and just take some picks down with them, create some space, and just do everything they can to get that member holding that power clam in. But, whoo, a really nice Zuka shot. Another member goes down, as well as, I think that was KSR, able to just take down some really, really good picks and completely shut down that push.
KSR, KSAR on that splatter shot. A beautiful match, I think, to Tody. You know, like the way that they were able to play around each other, you know, using that Zuka to its highest effect, being able to throw bombs at the walls whenever the gals would meet each other, so that Tody could get the upper advantage on Apple. the gal from I Got Nothing. Like, they played really well off of each other and definitely had their standout moments, and that is a dynamic duo that you want at your helm, and it's a reason why they've come this far, and these players, who I've straight up never heard of before, are just absolutely going bonkers.
I love this sometimes when you go into commentate and you just go exactly what we're doing now. I have no idea who this team is. I haven't seen any of these players. And like you
Right.
said, they are just coming out to proving grounds, literally proving themselves here in front of us all.
No, exactly. Like, I'm always rooting for the underdog at the end of the day. Like it's just internal. It's just you see yourself in the underdog always, right? And so you always want to cheer for them. You always want to see them come through. And when they do, and when it's players that you don't know, so that you're discovering new players that are rising in the game, like it's always exciting to see new names and new faces, because it means that like there's so much behind that. It means that the scene is growing. It means that, you know, new players are discovering new strategies and still in finding new ways to enjoy the game. And that, to me, as a person in this community, is heartwarming.
I completely agree. It just really shows that the scene is like growing. There's continual growth. Teams are really, like you said, learning strategies and learning what high level players are doing. And then they're the ones rising up to the top. And something else I love too is, you know, like Tody squad here. I'm like, I've never seen these players before, but now after this, I want to go like look them up and look up their history and like actually learn about them, because I don't know. I just love it. I love knowing about these competitive players and then the up and coming competitive players as well.
Right, that's really the cool part, right? Is that like I'm sure these players have a long story of how they got here, and each new player that we get to see and show themselves gets to, like, I get to add to my own personal collection of knowledge of what players are doing what and how they got here. And it's just cool. And that's why I love Splatoon. Anyways, enough on the soapbox. LTP switching off of the heavy edit. Instead, Zen going to be taking up that NZAP to run that cooler for I've Got Nothing. But this is Zones. It's a very different game from Clams.
Different game, and speaking of a different game, we see it instantly. Tody squad here, they are just pushing up, taking down 3 members. That's a complete wipe onto I've Got Nothing. I love the instant inkjet coming out from Tody squad. That instantly allowed them to take top mid, take mid around that, and even push up into I've Got Nothing's plat.
Oh yeah, look at this. This is classic. Putting out the fizzy bomb on the bottom of the plat, putting the suction bomb on the foot, making sure to just completely restrict them, put them into very bad spots to try and drop down. But Ken able to find a Zuka shot throughout all the chaos, and this cooler is going to be super important for getting them through this chokehold, and they are able to break onto the zone. They're going to be able to get this cap, painting the entire retaking of the zone. But unfortunately, Tody's got another chance to get through and is able to find one, and is going to allow this not to be a complete takeover for I've Got Nothing.
Yeah, it looks like Tody squad, they are really good at just recognizing, ooh, okay, Apple taking down 2 members. This has gone so back and forth here, as literally the zone has literally just been sitting in neutral for like, it feels like a minute now, but Tody squad, finally the team that's able to take the zone back in their favor, still holding on to the lead. And man, it just seems like Tody squad is really good at following up on what each other is doing, and even if someone goes down, they just make sure they make something happen off of that.
I've Got Nothing though, trying to make something happen of their own. Apple in a prime position to get these picks, but where is he going to drop? Finally decides to go towards danger in the far right, but gets taken out by a Shark and KSAR. That means Danger is going to be able to trade out here with Ken, and this is still a cap, but they're down in numbers right now. And Rissa, they need this cooler now to ensure that they can maintain this position.
Yeah, that cooler is going to be really helpful to allow them, if they have a member go down, they're going to make sure that they're going to be able to get right back into the action, make sure they're able to move around faster. And it looks like that cooler did come out, and 2 members of Tody squad actually go down. 3 members now. Kazar here sharking. I don't think I've Got Nothing knows that Kazar is sharking here. Let's see what happens. Look at this little tiny puddle of ink.
Oh, and he finds one. That's crazy. And then joins immediately back up with his team. That's Oh, I could talk about that for years. Gonna be able to dance around this Trizuka shots. Not gonna be able to find a pick here in the meantime. And that is actually I've Got Nothing, who does not have nothing. They have got this zone, and they've got the ticks going down. It's 20 ticks left, and they're gonna be able to get this one through. They've got the hold. The members of Tody Squad need to dive for this zone probably right now, as Dang It is able to find it. Tody not able to, although Apple did a great job at not only dipping and diving, but picking the players correctly that he needed to. And I've Got Nothing able to equalize the score.
Ooh, that totally seemed like, you know, Tody Squad had it in the beginning of that, but then I've Got Nothing. Finally, it seemed like they were able to, you know, figure out how to adapt and what they needed to do differently in the middle of that. And then all of a sudden it completely swapped and a complete KO came out from I've Got Nothing.
I don't think it was anything like particular that changed the flow. I think that it seemed like they just started winning more fights. I think Apple was starting to get more fluid with his spots. I think the ballpoint player, I think it's LTP, definitely was doing better at painting around and using the inkjet to its fullest effect. It also might just be a good mode for them, and so they felt a bit more comfortable. But all in all, if this is how the rest of the set's gonna go, where it's gonna go back and forth, then I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's always a good set when it just keeps going back and forth, whether it's the games itself going back and forth or the score like we see here. I love to see it.
So, all in all, I'm a little bit upset.
Oh.
Because
Why?
already, because we've only seen one new weapon. Uno. And that was a heavy edit. Which people have been screaming about on Twitter, etc., etc. And I know that these are probably players that aren't ones to experiment, aren't ones to take hold of the new things immediately. But nothing else do we not have any Brella players here in the top 4? Like, what's going on here? I want to talk. I just want to talk to him.
You know what? Okay, let's see, Magic. We're going into game 3. Let's see what the weapons are. You know, maybe there'll be a Brella for you. Tower control, like maybe, come on.
Hopefully, come on, it's the perfect time. Dodging the tower, but speaking of time, this is definitely taking a bit too long to get into this match. Are we gonna do a cycle? Is the animation gonna cycle? No? It goes through. We're in game. Something is definitely wrong though, and these players are gonna try and get through this one, I'm sure.
Please no GCs, please.
Praise to Nogami-san.
And looking at the weapons, unfortunately for Magic, no Brillas on the screen. And no heavy edits either, so all the same, you know, older weapons that we've seen in the meta here coming on the screen, no new weapons. Both teams here getting into mid, both teams also having a member go down, so it's looking like we're starting with that typical scrappy approach here at the beginning of the game that we've seen from these teams previously.
Right. I think that's something we haven't really touched on, is that both of these teams are pretty much playing in the same style. Right? Have the heavy, have the constant paint on the ground, have the specials that are going to shove you out of your spots, but the difference is that one team is running a cooler and one team is running a crab. So one team is going to be a little bit more defensive angled, one team is going to be a little bit more offensively angled. And you can see that here in a mode like tower control, where it's so important to hold down areas for a longer period of time rather than breach areas quickly, that Tody Squad is doing an overall better job at keeping I've Got Nothing off the tower.
Yeah, great points to bring up. I mean, especially looking at Danger's point of view here. I mean, as we're seeing them hold this left side of the map for themselves while their team completely was able to respawn and get into mid themselves, we've seen them constantly just be able to hold ground like that. So they do a really good job at that. But if I've Got Nothing is able to just keep paint around the map and able to pull away from those sharks happening, I've Got Nothing could definitely turn this around.
Right, yeah, exactly. They like to shark too, which is another way to just hold space. But speaking of holding space, able to take out the members that are dropping into those lower grounds in the mid area. That's going to be Tody squad taking on this first checkpoint. It looks like they're going to be able to break through. In case they're not able to find the pick onto Apple here, but is Tody going to be able to clean up? He does. That's going to be Zen fighting in the 2v1, not able to find anything either. They've definitely got nothing here, as there's 3 specials online for Tody squad, and they're going to start firing. And let's see if Ken can match this Trizuka. Not going to be able to find anything, almost falling off the map, and this is really bad, Rissa.
This is really bad. Getting the checkpoint, already pushing up here towards the second checkpoint, and just having all those specials ready, that was really, really detrimental for their push and allowed them to get their points all the way down to 29. I've got nothing, though, able to at least get into mid. They were at least able to pull through and stop that tower push, get into mid, take down a member of Tody squad. Let's see if they can get the momentum to get a push going of their own.
They really have a good opportunity, but that Inkjet's going to be a little bit hard to take down, and the side swipe from Danger as he skids across the ground, able to find 2, and that's going to be the turnaround, even though that cooler was online for these members of I've Got Nothing, so they're going to be able to at least put on defensive pressure right now. That's a very unfortunate situation, because they had what looked like a beautiful push going, but then the Inkjet, the side swipe from Dang It, and just all of the pressure from Tody squad did not let them get anywhere close to that tower, and already you can see they're having trouble even fighting back in mid here.
They are. You can see them trying to use that Inkjet that they had ready, you know, just trying to do anything they can to stall out some space for their team to get into mid themselves. But it seems like, I mean, especially from Dangit's point of view here, they are just constantly holding space, and their team is really, really good at playing off of that, like we highlighted previously. So I've Got Nothing just needs to make sure that they get some paint on the board, and that will allow them to get some space. That way they won't let the, you know, members like Dangit flank around the side and just use that paint that they have on their end and just get another flank in.
He's just so slippery. This player is insane at not only finding these crazy spots to dive from, but then also getting out of them absolutely scot-free, like diving towards Apple there with a gal that should definitely have the upper hand, and now Tody's able to run off of that momentum, and they're able to snowball this thing through. Like, this is the kind of mechanical play that, like, you see when teams are just so far up ahead in levels in terms of their skills. This is really exciting to see from Tody squad, because they're doing wonderfully every time at executing.
They are. It seems like, too, they know they're really good at executing their pushes, like we've seen, you know, obviously getting their score all the way down to 29. They're really good at, also, it seems like, at creating opportunities and using those opportunities, but then also just knowing when to back up and hold space and get their specials. I mean, look at this. They're constantly having their specials. They're using this Inkjet and this whale all the way up in I've Got Nothing spawn, and they are just really highlighting wanting to get this win here in the last 2 seconds.
Hold your horses. I've Got Nothing to be H on this tower here. Oh, it's a double kill from the bomb! A straight bomb, and this is why these suction bombs are so important on tower control. But Ken is trying to maintain this, trying to keep the advantage, and 3 members of Tody squad go down again, and they don't have cooler, so they're gonna be struggling to get these respawns back up. There's a lot of time for members of I've Got Nothing to actually take this one back if things go their way.
I've Got Nothing had that cooler ready, able to use the cooler at least to potentially save themselves if they do go down. We saw that Inkjet come out as well, and we saw the Zuka come out. That last member there doing everything they can to just guard the tower and try and stop the members of Tody squad from getting to the tower, but unfortunately for them, Tody squad able to sit back and take down those members of I've Got Nothing and jump on the tower to just solidify their win.
That was so unfortunate, too. If that cooler had come up just a few seconds earlier, before that Inkjet had released, before Zen went, not Zen, I believe it was the other player, went down, like, that could have been a really good situation for them. But Tody squad saw the opportunity to shut them down and took it, and took full advantage, because they weren't ready. They were almost... Like, Tody squad just sucker punched them right as they were getting ready to step up and start going after them. They just got right in, just right before I've Got Nothing landed that finishing blow.
Yeah, it seems like I've Got Nothing. They would set themselves up beautifully. They would get the mid space that they needed. They would have their specials ready too. But all of a sudden, you know, Tody squad would just get that one flank in that would completely shut everything down, and I've got nothing. We'll have to regroup completely from square one. So it seems like that just kept happening over and over.
Major unfortunate for the members of I've Got Nothing to BH, but they also were not in a position to win that game anyways. So you have to take it on the chin. Have to keep rolling with the punches. As I'm going to keep using fighting and boxing analogies, even though I know legitimately nothing about those sports.
At least you're honest.
We're going to go to Rainmaker Humpback. What'd you say?
I said, at least you're honest.
Yeah, I'm never going to lie to the fans, to the good people here at IPL and in the chat, because they're apparently fans. Apparently we have fans. Did you know that?
Oh my gosh. Stop it right now.
That's what I'm saying. I've Got Nothing, gonna have to recuperate, regroup, and try and win this one back. This is their winner's bracket game. They're gonna try and turn around here in Proving Grounds 20. They're gonna have to try and make it to this final match. They're not going to be switching things up. Actually, Zen is switching to the Splash-O-Matic, deciding to match the Crab. So they're going to have basically equal compositions, just a little bit of a difference in how that Splash is going to play versus how those dualies are going to play. The dualies are going to be able to do a little bit more aggressive work, but Zen is going to be able to support better and throw burst bombs to allow more opportunities for the members like Apple. Unfortunately, if Apple goes down before anything happens, that's when things get dicey, and this is the opportunity the Tody squad wants.
The last two, I really like that the last two members of I Got Nothing, they recognized their teammates were down. They just backed up to hold space, and we saw them hold this elbow area for themselves, and that allowed them to have this inkjet at the ready. And while their teammates were respawning, they're able to use that inkjet, completely stall mid, and completely shut down Tody squad's push that they were trying to do. So Zen, they're using that Crab to just try and help themselves create that mid space, and the Rainmaker only got to 76 points, so we'll see if I've Got Nothing will be able to get back into mid themselves to get a push going.
Ooh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful shots from Ken. Able to absolutely use that Zuka to its fullest effect to break them out of that potentially congested area in the elbow, and able to break it back into mid as well as landing those final shots. And now they're able to swing that momentum, get this push rolling as Zenith has the Crab online, is trying to fight that Inkjet, is going to jump off the map after these Inkjet shots land and destroy that Crab tank. But they do get the checkpoint for it.
They do get the checkpoint, and sometimes that checkpoint can really be the thing that helps you win a game. So I've Got Nothing at least has that in the bag, as Tody squad still needs to get the checkpoint for themselves. Both teams here going to the Rainmaker as it has reset back into mid, and as one member of Tody squad goes down, we see Tody themselves here flanking around the right side, using their teammates, I think that was their Inkjet, to play off of that really nicely. Take down two members, now three members go down of I've Got Nothing, and now mid is completely blue. Kazar here grabs the Rainmaker to try and get to this first checkpoint.
Shooting those shots over the wall is so important with this Rainmaker to clear out that space. Make sure it cannot be breached, and because of that, Tody's in this important pathway to the Rainmaker pedestal. Is going to be able to take down one. And the whale to finish it out, and he find the last one as well. A beautiful wipeout. And are the members of I've Got Nothing able to stop it? No. That's Tody squad after a beautiful set of shots from Tody themselves, clearing the way, landing on the pedestal, and dunking the hopes and dreams of I've Got Nothing as they are sent down to the place where nothing exists. Yes, losers bracket. To be clear, that is what I am referencing. Yeah.
It just sounded so, you know, sad. But at least there's a loser's bracket for I've Got Nothing. And I really think Magic's mic peeking there as Tody squad just got that complete KO. Just really, I mean, that really was how we all felt, I think, watching that. It did, but it, you know, it helped add to the moment.
I need to figure out mic settings. I'm no audio engineer, in case anyone couldn't tell. Me and my USB microphone over here. K-Bot was showing me like his setup, how he has like an equalizer, how he has like plugins,
Oh my gosh.
and like yeah, I'm like, dude, I literally just shout at the funny metal, and things happen. I don't know about you.
No, literally, that's me too. Honestly, same. K-Bots has tried to show me things
Yeah.
with OBS or like my mic, and I'm like, I honestly literally can't understand you. Please.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
I do. Because then it would prevent my mic from going off when I'm going off. That is going to be Tody Squad moving on to the winners finals of Proving Grounds. Who are they going to be facing is my question.
Looks like they are going to be facing Carrying Pulp, who actually Carrying Pulp was against Blamo, and they 3-1 them. So, same scores on both sides of the bracket there on winner's side of the bracket. So both these teams that have moved on have 3-1 the team that they were against, and now they will be against each other.
Ooh, very, very fun. Of course, Carrying Pulp has a very reputable roster of Pulp, Haya, Boopy, and ASCII, aka, I believe, also aka Red Spy. And they're going to be fighting the team that we just saw, that we just witnessed, and I mean, hey, Tody Squad is absolutely going to get their metal tested here.
They are. And I mean, Carrying Pulp, like I said, having similar scores here on the winner side of the bracket, I think I'm hoping, are we going to go to a game 5? Are we going to have all these close games? Because I feel like we are. I'm seeing it in the future.
I believe. I have faith. I could punch someone to see if they will, vomit afterwards. Like,
What?
we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Like, Carrying Pulp is a squad that is very consistent, especially in these Proving Grounds, especially in these weeklies. And Haya and Boopy have done extremely well on lands over the past couple of years. So not only are they used to high caliber situations, but this is like run of the mill. They're probably thinking the same thing that we were thinking with Tody Squad and thinking like, who the heck are these guys? We could probably just run over them, because as much as Tody Squad is a very mechanically sound team, Haya and Boopy and Pulp are all like some of the best mechanical players, I think, in this pool, in the pool of overall players in the West.
Okay, now that you're really painting a picture for me, I'm really thinking about it and seeing all the mechanical skill that we saw from Tody Squad. That's just making me even more excited to watch this matchup.
That's the goal. That's the idea. That's what we're trying to do here.
Also, as a commentator, you're not supposed to talk to chat, but is ASCII Red Spy? Question mark?
Can we get a confirmation on that? Because that's what I heard from somebody. And I saw Red Spy, and I did see Red Spy in chat as well. And if you're here, please say hello. But if not, I understand. So we're going to be getting onto Zones Hagglefish, which, if any map is going to be a scrap fest, which is Tody Squad's apparently like bread and butter, this is going to be the map for that.
Ooh. And I'm thinking too, with a solid anchor like Pulp.
On both sides, yeah.
Yeah, how's this going to go? I feel like Hagglefish market in particular, I mean, it's really one where you just kind of sit and point your finger at each other until something really big happens. So each team having that anchor and going to be able to utilize that range, use those long range specials that they have too, is really making me wonder, what's going to happen. Of course, that's what we're going to see here once we head into the first game. But
if I had to hedge my bets, like, I didn't see anything from Tody Squad that I wouldn't have seen from Carrying Pulp. And I believe that Carrying Pulp is going to have more experience, is going to have the edge in terms of being in this situation before, in terms of, being the more experienced players. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they're going to be able to eke out a win, to scrape by, but I'm sure it's not going to be without a fight.
Absolutely. And two, I mean, we haven't got to watch Carrying Pulp yet, so we'll see what weapons they come out, what comps they're going to be running. We'll start to get familiar with that here on the stream. Of course, Tody Squad, we saw them in that last set, so we are familiar with what they have been playing.
Here we go. This is finals of Proving Grounds 20. This is the winner side finals in this double elimination bracket. We're going to be seeing generally what I expected. Pom Pom, okay, Pulp on that bamboo characteristic. She does love to play that. Has been playing it for a long time. Knows exactly how to work around it with her teammates, as well as has over here on this left side. Going to be getting into a fight with Tody. And okay, this is the first sign that the members of Tody Squad can keep up with this roster. And that is honestly going to be very impressive. It's going to be really important to determining who's going to win this.
Now we see Carrying Pulp here taking the zone, and they are starting to try and push up, but guess what? There's Dangit doing exactly what they do best, flanking around, getting a pick to disrupt things, but you can see Carrying Pulp, they recognize that really fast and completely shut that down.
Oh yeah, very fast. They are a unit. I think they have very familiar playing with one another, and so they're going to be playing around each other more, know how to talk to each other more, as Haya tries to talk to the members of Tody Squad with this Trizuka saying, you cannot stand anywhere near me. Is going to be able to pick off Tody after getting ASCII there. The two shots fighting one another, in case are the jumping forward, able to edge out the range of that splatter shot and get that pick when it was most important, trying to find carry here. Not able to find anything, but oh, the double on the members that were on the grates. They're going to be able to get through here, and this is Carrying Pulp maybe falling apart.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, ASCII is still here trying to hold on to this side of the map, but Dangit there paired with, I didn't see what team member was paired with them. They did a really good job at double teaming ASCII there, and then able to just help take over this side. And Carrying Pulp, two members down as they try and get to the zone. So is this going to be the moment where Tody Squad is able to set up themselves, push up, and hold the zone?
I really want to point out that Dangit not only decided to try and make a diving play for Pulp there, but at the same time had somebody coming around the other side of the pillar in mid to make sure that Pulp's bamboo did not stay. Unfortunately, Pulp's bamboo is staying this time around, going to be shredding down these walls, using that whale to help make sure that the frontliners have the assistance that they need to get these picks and finish them off before the talented players on the other side can get them. And that's exactly what they've been doing consistently this time around. And they're going to catch out Dangit this time over on that left side. This is the situation that Carrying Pulp wants to be in.
Absolutely. Their penalty points are low. They only have 28 remaining points once they get past that. And you can see they are just throwing out bombs, just making sure they hold space. And they actually got their specials ready, and they did not hesitate to use them, able to take down two members of Tody Squad. You see there, they paired up to take down another member of Tody Squad, and they are holding the zone. It's actually just ASCII. They are coming in so clutch. The last member remaining of Carrying Pulp able to just look to the left, look to the right, take down the last members of Tody Squad that tried to rush to the zone, and Carrying Pulp able to take game one.
That was wildly impressive, to be honest, at the end there. Not only did they know exactly when to play around each other and when to stop them when to stop the members of Tody Squad when they were diving too far, knowing exactly where they were going to go to try and in those last second situations, right? And this is what I talk about experience, is they knew exactly the ways that Tody Squad wanted to try and dive around the sides, dive forward, and were able to pick them off one by one. Even if they go a couple down, it doesn't matter. They've made the moves to force them into bad situations so that ASCII could force them down. That is the kind of experience that Carrying Pulp is bringing to this table.
And I like too that they recognized that they could literally just KO that, and they had their specials ready. And Tody Squad were not using, I think they had maybe one or two specials ready. They weren't using their specials yet. So Carrying Pulp just said, okay, let's hit the go button. And they all used their specials to just completely frazzle and shut down what Tody Squad was trying to set up.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's not a matter of having more specials. Sometimes it's just using them in the right way, in the right situations to stagger your opponents, right? Make them fall back, make them falter, and then going for the finishing blow. And again, that's just something that comes with time. It's so hard to recognize when those situations are, but if you understand that your opposing team is going to be trying to make that last step, that's when you're going to need to do it. So, beautiful play. Beautiful. Beautiful. I could go on, but I'm not going to. We're going to get in the second game.
All right, game 2 in winners finals, Carrying Pulp versus Tody squad. Let's go ahead and see if we have the same comps coming out here. Looks like from Carrying Pulp, same comp that they had just ran, and then also same thing coming out from Tody squad. So they seem set. They hit the A button fast, and they were ready to head into the second game.
Yeah, I was about to say, we did not have much time to talk between games. They definitely were readying up. Both of these teams are raring to go, trying to keep their energy high, keep their momentum moving. As Haru with this Inkjet definitely going to have a little bit of momentum. But on the other side, Heya able to take down Dang It and I believe Kesar. It's a very early double for that amazing Splattershot player in Haya, and that's going to lead to this first checkpoint.
And Haya here using this Zuka to take bats, and they are not hesitating, taking down the bats area. You can see there's an Inkjet out as well, and they are just not hesitating at taking any space, able to get this tower through the first checkpoint, and now they are at the second checkpoint already.
They're already at the second. They're trying to slide towards the third as they move across the plat, and already the members of Tody squad just dropping like flies, which is not what we saw last game, but finally Haru was able to at least pick one off. But Haya has been such a thorn in Haru's side all this time. Pulp's carry able to get another one cleaning up, and is going to be backed up here for the jumps, and they're going to keep this one going, Rissa.
They are. I love that. You know, they knew that they had the space. They knew that they had the advantage state, so they were able to just try and get some jump-ins to just keep trying to make something happen. Tody squad able to finally shut down that push that Carrying Pulp had, and now they are in turn actually pushing into mid themselves, using that whale, using a crab already. You know, we'll see here in a moment if they did use those a little bit too soon. At least though they have that Inkjet and they have that Zuka ready, so maybe potentially they could chain some. And right as I say that, unfortunately 3 members of Tody squad go down as they try to get through the first checkpoint.
What the heck just happened? All of a sudden, the purple was moving. It was a great unified blah. They had good specials and everything. There's just yellow all over the screen, like a batch of cheese just got slapped down onto the field. I mean, that's really what it looked like, and it's just gonna keep happening here. As Aski done another pick with that Inkjet, using it beautifully here in combination with Heya. And this is something that Heya has been doing all game, is moving up with those Inkjets because it's such a huge distraction, and he can get in off of it. Pulp on the tower here, gonna ride it to its conclusion, and that's game 2 in the books. And this story seems like it's already written.
It does. It really does. We got one more game, though. Magic. One more game. Let's see. Let's see if something can happen. Let's see if Tody squad can make something happen for this game 3.
That was a nice fist bump, I will add. Let's go. We love Nintendo for adding that mechanic that just adds a beautiful amount of flair. They really do need to just shore up their strategy, because it seems like when they were playing against I've Got Nothing, to be honest, who are good players in their own right, they did a much better job of being confident, of taking their spots and taking their space and playing the game that they want to be playing it. And of course, Carrying Pulp is going to be doing a much better job at fighting back on that, but it doesn't mean that you abandon that strategy, right? Because now it seems like they're not going for those sharks as much. They're not going for, you know, those kind of more, I'm going to just stand here and you're going to have to fight me kinds of plays with their team.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, this is kind of reminding me of my own team, Max giving us coaching, and, you know, if we're against a team where we can just, the frontliners can just run in and keep being annoying, then so be it. But Max loves when there's a team that can just completely shut down the frontliners and make them stop, just keep running in. So it kind of seems like it's reminding me of that and what we're seeing here. It seems like Carrying Pulp just knows they're watching all avenues. They're completely shutting down any of those openings that Tody squad is trying to do.
Right. And it's so hard, right? Because it's not that it's not that Carrying Pulp is playing defensive, but they're playing offensive in the right ways to prevent the offense from the other team, if that makes any sense. Which I think to you it will make sense. I'm not sure if it's going to make sense to the viewers. I don't really have a lot of time to explain it. We're getting right into game 3. This is Carrying Pulp trying to finish out the winners finals with a clean score and take it through to grands. Let's see if Tody Squad can put up any resistance as these players sticking with the usual.
Sticking with the usual, headed into this game 3. We're going to Rainmaker this time as well, so we'll see if that game mode has any deciding factor to either teams playing a little bit differently. Dang it here actually instantly pushing up on the left side, able to take down one of the members of Carrying Pulp. It looks like someone else was able to take down another member as well. And I loved that they grabbed the Rainmaker. They knew that they had the space on the left side, but just Pulp's carry there on the top right, using that crab to completely shut that down was really, really good.
I think this might be one of Tody Squad's preferable maps, but as I say that, they're ending up going to alter a little bit. A couple of players going down at just the wrong time, and there's a bunch of Carrying Pulp members going dangerously close towards that basket. And look at how congested the members of the Tody Squad are. They're not looking like a squad that is confident. They are looking like they are trying to just hold on to each other for dear life as this team is already pushing the Rainmaker through the chokehold. Oh. There's only one member left of Carrying Pulp standing alive, but that was such a good and fast push.
They were not only able to get through the first check, but able to get past that and all the way down to 18 points. And you could see there, Azki was trying to even get jump-ins to just keep making something happen. Tody Squad, though, able to stop that, able to push into mid here. You can see they actually have to use specials to help them push up as the Rainmaker is trying to push. Carrying Pulp, though, looks like they're slowly starting to collapse on this right side of the map and starting to slowly put a stop to this.
So hard to push when there's a crab in your face, and Haya is doing a wonderful job at playing around that coming in from the other side. Tody Squad needs to just adjust. They need to pivot when they see that crab. They need to expect that there's going to be a swarm of players at their feet if they aren't careful. These Trizuka shots are already putting on so much pressure on Tody Squad's base, and this could be the last push, Rissa.
This could be the last push. Tody Squad has 2-3 members down. Now it's just Haru left alive, trying to do everything he can with this Inkjet. Looks like that Inkjet does come in clutch, able to put a stop to Pulp there, carrying the Rainmaker, and the remaining members of Tody Squad are slowly starting to push up and collapse on to Carrying Pulp. Carrying Pulp, though, you can see okay, actually, Pulp there was able to jump in and get a trade. That trade is going to be really good because that was, dang it, that was one of their main, pokers and aggressors. Someone from Carrying Pulp snuck around or was sharking and completely dunked the Rainmaker.
I'm sorry? Did the team that was great at sharking just get out-sharked? That was crazy. I legitimately did not even see a player who was even near that position. And that's how you know the Tody Squad was playing frazzled. Because that's such an uncharacteristic mistake to be making at this level of play.
Ooh. Yeah, and I mean, it seems like, Azki, I have a feeling it was Azki. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I could see Haya or Boopy doing that too. But one of them was able to just weasel their way around, sneak around. I don't think anyone was sharking. I feel like someone just kind of was like, oh, look at this. I'm just going to walk on right through here. We won't know there because we did not see it, unfortunately. But man, just able to completely KO that and get the score to 3-0. Carrying Pulp, of course, being the team with that 3. Tody Squad, unfortunately, going to 0. But they are not out yet. They are going down to the loser's side of the bracket.
They are. They've got a chance to readjust, reassess, and find a way to execute again. But Carrying Pulp, obviously, was the number 1 seed for a reason. Definitely the monster of this bracket, one might say. And it's going to be very hard to break through. So, all in all, not unexpected, but still a good showing from Tody Squad. And let's look at the rest of this bracket. We're still going to be showing all of these games that we're going to be seeing. I Got Nothing to Be H versus Blamo. Or are we going to be seeing I've Got Nothing to Be H versus Blamo? They already started. Unlucky, but makes sense. There's a lot of time tonight, and we do not want to waste it. So I'm gonna do the thing that we're not supposed to do on broadcast. Rice, do you want to go to a break, or do you want to just chat it out?
Magic?
Marissa?
I don't care. You pick.
I also don't. I could use a restroom break, as I'm sure the rest of the good people in chat could.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. We've got Proving Grounds 20 Losers Finals coming right up for you on IPL. Don't go anywhere. Hello, all you wonderful people. Welcome back, but I'm not Popgun, to Proving Grounds 20. We have a losers finals. We've got Tody squad. You just saw in the last set. Going to be taking on Blamo, who we've seen in this tournament before. I am joined still by Arissa. How are you doing tonight?
Doing great, Magic. How about you?
Oh, lovely. I was productive. TM with quotes around it at work today. It's a
Okay.
good day. You know, like
Nice.
when you just you overcome those mental hurdles.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
like you're something's preventing you from reaching your goals, from doing the tasks you were assigned. That is what happened to me today, and hopefully, what will happen with Tody Squad is they need to overcome their mental barriers, try and bounce back from the set that we just witnessed. They're going to be taking on Blamo, as you can see these wonderful rosters here. I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to. Rissa, we've got Macamart Zones. Who do you think is going to take it?
Macamart Zones. I don't know. I have to see, we haven't seen Blamo yet on the stream yet. And so that's always that factor where you're like, okay, I haven't really seen these people play together. I know these players, right? But
Right.
how are they playing together? What weapons are they playing? That's always going to be really telling to see, which team you think might have an upper hand on a map.
Now, this cactus is not glitched cactus, correct?
I think this is Cactus, who was the squeezer in Splat 2.
Oh,
You know,
okay. Yes,
I think.
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
I don't remember any teams that the cactus has been on, but I do know Taro. I do know Soup, of course.
Mm-hmm.
All in all, this is going to be a battle. This is a 3-game set, so first 2, best of 3. This is not going to be a long boy. This is going to be short. They're going to have to be very precise here. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, they're going to have to really be on their game here. Use this first game to really figure out how to get a feel for each other. Maybe this will be that game where Tody Squad is able to get their momentum back up, able to get that momentum that they had that we first saw them on the stream here when me and Magic got on to commentate. And maybe they'll be able to go, okay, hey, this is what Blamo's doing that we just need to do to be able to beat them, so that way we can get back into grand finals. But then again, like I said, we haven't seen Blamo yet on this stream here when me and Magic were commentating, so we're not too familiar with what they're going to be pulling out quite yet.
Not too familiar. I think that Tara was on that Splatling, on the new Splatling, the heavy edit, so it could be an interesting matchup there. We did see the members of Tody Squad actually using that before and then switching, so we'll have to see the mid-tournament adjustments to the meta as they unfold is truly what I believe happens. Because people are gonna literally watch this tournament and say, "Oh, maybe heavy edit is still not as good as ballpoint," which could be true, but it also might not be. We don't know the full extent of it yet. This is just one tournament, but generally, the players are going to be the ones that figure it out because they're the ones fighting the matchups in game, right?
Yeah, and sometimes it comes down to, okay, we're running heavy edit, so this person who normally runs Zap is playing something they don't typically play, maybe Splash, maybe Splatter Shot. And sometimes it really comes down to that typical NZAP player saying, hey, I'm not quite as comfortable against these people playing Splash. Can I go back to Zap? And then having that type of weapon switch up. Or maybe it's the same for the person playing the new heavy. They're going, hey, I'm not quite as comfortable playing this new Splatling as I am with Ballpoint. Can I switch back to that and let's jumble this up? So since we have seen Tody Squad run that, like you said, are they going to go back to that, or are they just going to stick with that Ballpoint comp that they had run in that last set?
And they feel very confident with it, right? And I think that that's important. Not only the fact that there's when we talk about confidence in competing, it's not so much like confidence in terms of like arrogance, in terms of like self-esteem. It's more so the feeling of like trust, right? Trusting that your weapon is doing well, is doing what it needs to be doing, trusting that your hands, that your controllers are doing what they need to be doing, trusting that your teammates are going to be doing what they need to be doing, right? It's all this amalgamation of just like, is everything working for me, and do I believe that?
Mm-hmm.
And if the answer is yes, then you're going to have confidence and you're going to be playing in a more confident way. And I think that what we saw from Tody Squad during the last set was definitely a lack of confidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a great picture to paint there. I mean, it does come down to sometimes you just have to sit back, take a breath, and just regroup. Sometimes if you do that, things can change. Things can start happening for the better for you and your team. So Tody Squad, maybe that this little break here that we've had from the last time we saw them on stream, maybe that was that breath they needed. Maybe coming into playing Blamo, it'll be a little bit different.
Hopefully, seems like we are going to be getting into this match very soon. This is the losers finals. Oh, a beautifully timed transition. The casters are going crazy with this one. This is going to be Macomart Zones. This is losers finals of Proving Ground 20. Winner goes to the Grands. Loser goes home crying with a third place trophy. All in all, nothing too crazy. Taro and Soup going to be on that double splatling though.
Yeah, that is a little bit crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That heavy edit and a Nautilus, which I don't typically see a ton. It has been around a little bit prevalent within the meta recently, but not a ton. So let's see if that double splatling comp is going to be in their favor. It looks like it's actually just Soup left alive taking on this 1v3 against Tody Squad. Tody Squad, though, able to cap the zone and push up and take down Soup. Luckily, though, for Soup, did have that cooler, so able to come back right away to regroup with their team.
And they're going to be able to take down Tody there. The linchpin, I would say. The mascot of this team. They're just going to dive right for the zone. Nobody's stopping them. Dang, it's over in the backfield. Not able to find any takedowns. And overall, like, Tody Squad just not really putting on, like, the super strong showing that we saw from them. Once again, they might be just running out of steam, but Blamo is coming out of the gate swinging, and nothing too crazy, right? Like, no super stellar plays. They're just swatting them down like flies.
Yeah, it's reminding me kind of, of how the Pulp team was able to just sit back and shut down those little pokes that Toby Squad would try and do and recognize those and just sit back and say, hey, like right now, Miko, and I think that was maybe Cactus paired up there, just sitting back on and poking at that member of Tody Squad, just not pushing in too far and just recognizing that they have the advantage state of the game. So with no penalty points, Blamo is all the way down to, what is that, 20 points, now 19 specials ready. They are doing everything they can to hold the zone, but luckily for Tody Squad, able to use some specials of their own to come in at least cap the zone, give those 64 penalty points over to Blamo.
That was a really, really important play from the members of Tody Squad. Not only did they recognize that the members of Blamo were on those stacks, on those high areas, they were able to push them away from the center outwards so that they fell away from the zone, were not in a position to paint. And of course, now they are in that position. They're able to capture the zone. It's going to be Tody Squad who's going to be having to sit on these flanks, trying to find something, make something happen. Maybe Tody is able to do so.
Yeah, Tody doing one of the things that they seem to do best, able to get a shark in, and that shark was actually on one of the flanks, so that's a really, really good position to be in and hold space. Tody there used their whale there to try and push up on that right stack, but unfortunately for them was called out. Soup there, able to look up, take down that inkjet of that Haru had, and now Blamo here doing everything they can to pair up really nicely, get the zone back for themselves, and shut down these members of Tody Squad once again.
The utilization of specials is important. It's not that you can just use a special and it automatically gets all of the pressure that you want. Star finds another beautiful pick there with the coolered up heavy edit. But they need to be able to find picks. They need to be able to execute with the specials, and if they're not able to do so, they're not able to get that pressure that they need to, and Tody Squad just hasn't been able to find it. Once again, they're just left scrambling, even though they used their specials and they were able to cap the zone. Maybe they finally have a little bit more control than they had before, but they still need to find a way to get this knockout.
They do. One thing I want to see them do is a little bit more is paint these sides. That's going to be really, really helpful for them. Not only to get their specials faster, but also just have all that map control. We see Tody there on the bottom left side just absolutely ratting around. Cactus and Tody there just doing a little ballet around each other. Tody there luckily able to stay alive. And now, the points all the way to 20. Tody squad actually has no penalty points. They might be able to get the lead here if they can keep the zone painted.
Whoa, no! Blamo decides they step forward at the exact frame that the score was going to dip down below 12, and they're able to save the zone, able to save the lead for the time being. That was so incredibly close. Tody squad was doing such a good job at just dancing around, making sure that they had nowhere safe to move, and finally, at the last second, they saw the opening, they took it. Oh, so incredibly clutch. But speaking of clutch, how about Dang It able to find one, put the pressure on the team, and shove them into this back area, this back corner, and Tody squad is in control now.
Tody squad is doing a really good job at coming back in now and capping the zone and holding it. They're able to do that a lot better than they were at the beginning of this game. Now with 2 members down on the side of Blamo, there's actually 2 members down on the side of Tody squad, but Tody squad has that mid control. They have the zone. They have pushed up past the zone a little bit, so they're holding space a little bit better. And as we are about to go into overtime, Blamo doing everything they can to paint the zone, and just at the last possible second, Blamo able to just sit back, paint the zone a little bit better than Tody squad, and able to just cap it right there at the end, literally at their last possible second, and win the first game.
Now, I understand that painting, that shooting the floor is a skill that players cultivate over time when they play this wonderful game called Splatoon, but imagine Losers Finals, you're on stream for Proving Grounds 20 in front of about 100 people, and you lost the game because the other team shot the ground better than you did. It hurts, right?
It does.
It hurts. It hurts a little bit on the inside. It just it hurts a little bit in your brain holes. So they're gonna have to come back from that.
Yeah, especially since they were both doing that, both on their side, doing the Spider-Man meme, pointing at each other, as they were each painting the zone. So Blamo, like you said, able to be that team that just painted the zone a little bit better.
Tough, but that means that you're gonna have to find a way to bounce back, right? And you've been competing more than I have. When you're in a situation like this, where it's not only a best of 3, but you just lost the first game, you're trying to scramble, you don't really have much time to adjust, to figure out a good strategy, a good return punch to give. What are you thinking about here?
Honestly, if I was Tody squad right now, I would be hyped about how close that game was, and I'd be sitting there like, okay guys, we got this. We just have to win this game. That way we can get to game 3. You know, I feel like that at the beginning, it almost seemed like Blamo just had it. They had it down, but slowly Tody squad was showing signs of life and actually almost completely won that there towards the end. So I think they might be like, okay, guys, don't worry. We got this. Let's do this a little bit differently. Maybe this was bugging us, so let's make sure we're focusing on this. And as we go into tower control Manta, you know, hopefully they're setting themselves up like that.
Setting themselves up with momentum on their side. The little bit of energy in their sails. Let's see if they can't equalize the score and send Blamo back for game 3. They're not going to be changing things up this time around. Actually, wait, yes they are. That's Kesar on the Splash-O-Matic, and we're seeing the Neo Splash from Cactus.
Okay. Some minor switch-ups here, and that means, what is that? Is that double crab on the side of Tody squad?
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Okay, gonna be having not only double crab, but also having a ballpoint. So gonna have a lot of range and try and use that a lot on this Manta Maria tower control.
Right, this mid area is a very good spot for these crabs, for these inkjets, because it's so wide open. There's not a lot of cover, and these long range specials can take the most advantage of it, especially when players are diving in. Speaking of diving in, Tody trying to find a miracle play. Fortunately, definitely was betting on a wish there, did not make it come true. Trip strikes coming in, and this is a very good position as we see Miko setting up over here on top of the bunker with the Trizuka at the ready, and this is the perfect spot to be in.
Yeah, perfect spot to be in there, making sure you can see Blamo. There's members taking 2 members took the top left. There was 1 member on the tower and 1 member took bunker to make sure that they were watching the right side. So they did a really good job at spreading apart, making sure they were watching all angles of the map. Unfortunately for them, though, it is shut down. Tody squad able to come in here, get onto the tower themselves, and take down some members of Blamo. So doing a really good job at getting back into mid. Unfortunately, though, 1 member does go down, and that's going to slow down their momentum a little bit, but at least they were able to take some space and take some space away from Blamo that they had.
I think that Tody squad has been doing such a good job of finding those first steps, but then trying to follow up, not quite finding the mark. Sometimes they go a little bit too far deep. They get too separated from the team. And look at Kesar here, just not able to use this crab effectively. Beautiful trip strikes coming out from Cactus to completely nullify that crab. This is the entire strategy. Now that second checkpoint is gone, Rissa.
Yeah, second checkpoint gone, and there's only Tody left alive there on the right side of the map. Tody actually does a really good job at taking down the tower rider and is doing a great job at doing what 52 Gal does best, using the wall, just stalling out this area, and actually completely saved that for their team as their team was able to regroup. 3 of them were down, so Tody was able to stall that out beautifully and allow their teammates to come back into mid.
Yeah, a bit of unfortunate if you're on the side of Blamo there. Definitely could have been aiming for a knockout, but now there's 2 crabs up on this mid area. Dang, it's gonna get stuck in ink though, and that trip strike is gonna find him. Kesar's not able to dip and dive enough, and this is going to be a perfect opportunity for Blamo to actually put this one away and send themselves over to grand finals.
Blamo, I love this. We always see 2 members go in the top left area, 1 member goes bunker, 1 member rides the tower, and they know, seems like they know exactly, yes, this is where we need to be when the tower's at this point, make sure we're covering all these angles. Now, instead of Tody being here on the cut area, it looks like it was Kesar, but Kesar was pushed out. You can see Cactus and Soup recognize that they have been having members shark there on the side of Tody squad, and now Blamo trying to get that KO. They are holding out as long as they can.
You see Tody there just trying to find that last pick onto Cactus as the trip strikes came out, but going a little bit too far, not realizing that, hey, maybe the other members of the team could be there, and then holding back. Instead, they just dove forward. And now Kesar diving a little bit too far forward, not painting up that jump area, and is not able to find their way back to the team. Soup able to collapse on a stray member of Tody squad. Once again, that purple just getting swarmed, and these players are not able to find a standing room. This is a sold out concert, and they are not allowed in.
And then I love to Soup and Cactus. They are an absolute unit. They are just running around the map together and taking on these 2v1s so nicely. I love to see it. I love to see that type of team play happening. Now, finally, Taro riding the tower with 3 members down on the side of Tody squad, and that's going to be a complete KO from Blamo. Finally, they were able to get there, and they are going to take this set, being the team that will move on to grand finals.
That was a nice take down from Blamo there. They were very precise, and like you mentioned, the frontliners did such a good job playing off of one another. Playing around that Nautilus, playing on that Nautilus can be very difficult if you're not spacing correctly, if you're not, if you don't have the right paint in the right spots, if you're not communicating with your team like, hey, I want to go here, make sure that we have enough room for me to do what I need to do. But they did that really, really well.
Mm-hmm. They did. I completely agree. They were just an absolute unit running around. You could see them together on the top left. They were running around in the other team's street together. They were running around, bottom left together when they were in mid. And that type of team play can be the thing that completely changes something around and is part of that synergy that you need in order to win games.
All right. Blamo took second place minimum with that set.
Mm-hmm.
Tody squad had a good showing. They get away with third. They had a nice run in the bracket, taking down some pretty high caliber names. So it's good for them, right? But I think that this really is the final set that I want to see. These are two teams with very good players who have known each other for a long time, known that each other have been playing at each other's level for a long time. And this is probably going to be a much more even set.
And also important to note that actually these two teams had fought each other at the beginning of top 4 on the winner's side of the bracket, and carrying Pulp actually was the team that sent Blamo down to the loser's side of the bracket. That score, of course, being 3-1. So this is going to be a rematch as well, Magic.
This is going to be a nice rematch. We're going to have to see if the adjustments come through, right? But it makes sense, right? The bamboo, the double whale means that these Splatlings, who, although they have good run speed, they do very much struggle against something like a composition with double whale, with the ink jets, with the amount of pressure that the Trizuka can put on from Haya. It's going to be very dicey to try and play around these explosive players. And if they want to stick with the same style, they need to be even more perfect on the execution. And I say perfect because it has to be so precise, so accurate.
Definitely, when you're playing at this caliber of players that you're against, absolutely, you have to be completely on your game, because each of these teams have players that have been around the block. They know how to have that team synergy. They know, what to do when the other team uses certain specials, or the other team is setting up at this point of the map, or everything vice versa. So you really have to be on point and making sure that you're doing and reacting to things perfectly.
So, probably going to be getting into the game very soon. All in all, I'm expecting Carrying Pulp to take this one. I'm expecting no reset. It's probably going to go to game 5, if I had to guess. But I'm expecting them to win, and when they win, they're going to win in a very convincing style. Blamo is going to have to be the one that's scrapping. That's going to be making these games close. It's going to be a bloodbath if they're able to turn it on, but I'm expecting that they will.
Okay.
What's your take?
I could see absolutely Carrying Pulp taking this as well. And I'm really wondering, if Blamo is going to be able to utilize that previous knowledge they got from playing Carrying Pulp at the beginning of top 4. Sometimes you see teams do that. They go, okay, we know what this team's going to be doing. We know how they play. We know what weapons they play. Let's do this instead, since we know what they're going to be doing already. So with the caliber of players that are on Blamo, they are those players that can really do something like that and change it around. So we'll see. This first game is going to be really telling, and see how back and forth this is. See if one team or the other is going to have that upper hand.
I'm really hoping the game starts soon. I'm ready to go. I feel like there's not much more to say, really. We could talk a little bit probably about the map mode that is Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime, which is such an interesting map mode. And it's not like it doesn't make sense, but it's always hard to tell which team is going to be victorious based on like team compositions and stuff like that, right? Because it feels like it should have a dominant strategy and style, but then like some crazy team compositions will win with it. Then you'll see like, okay, if they just play better, then it can work. But sometimes like there's just a composition that completely overruns them on other teams. So this is one of those map modes that I feel we're going to be talking about for a while, because of how tight it is, because of the way that the ramps and everything work. And we're going to be seeing it in full effect here, I'm sure, as we're going to see double splatling and the very interesting composition from Carrying Pulp. This is Grand Finals of Proving Ground 20. Carrying Pulp versus Blamo. Rissa, what are we seeing?
Looks like both teams here running the same things that we've previously seen them play. So actually no switch ups here. The only thing that's maybe notable is Cactus is playing the splash that does have the tri-strike. So gonna be utilizing that on this map and mode in particular. Other than that though, everything looking the same all the way around from each side.
Everything looking the same. Overall, Pulp trying to Pulp's carry trying to find a way to carry themselves back, carry themselves high-headed. Not able to do so. A couple of nice splatling shots from Soup. Souped up on that tacticooler and is going to be trying to walk all the way into the enemy base. This basket has free reign for Blamo, and that's yellow team able to get these points in already very early, and the members of Carrying Pulp not able to fight back in the ways that they want to. In fact, they're going to keep going down.
Okay, I'm wondering, are they doing what I was talking about? Were they able to adapt and go, okay, Carrying Pulp has been playing like this. They've been playing these weapons. Let's do this a little bit differently. Able to get the score all the way down to 26 right at the start of the game and take down 3. A complete wipe onto Carrying Pulp at that right at the beginning of the game. And they are able to just make another power clam. They have the space that they need. They have that top left. You can see Miko up there. Soup is under the basket, and they're just making sure that they are holding space to get another clam in.
Oh, beautiful Kobe shot from Miko, able to put away Hayat, which is one of the main players that you're depending on for your openings. Pulp's carry going to force the other splash into the water. And finally, there's a lot more blue on the ground than yellow near that basket. They're going to be able to push away the members of Blamo for the time being, but if they push too far, like Aski did right there, they're going to have to start kiting back, and that's exactly what they're doing, trying to find these fadeaway shots with the Trizuka, trying to put down as much pain as they can, and back up and try and just hold on. But unfortunately, Haya's going to go down one more time, and this is the kind of constriction that we can see from Barnacle and Dime.
It really is. I mean, if you're able to hold certain areas of this map, you can do exactly what we're seeing Blamo do and not let the other team even get close to you. Taro here holding down so much space paired with Soup and Miko there on the left side of the map. When there's 2 Splatlings sitting back with the paint that they need, I mean, they don't have to worry about paint at all. They're holding space. They're using the range of their weapons to just say, hey, I'm just going to sit here and poke at you. Thanks. And that's exactly what we saw there. Finally, though, for Carrying Pulp, they're at least able to take down 2 members of Blamo. Hopefully this will be the opening that they need to just at least get into mid.
And the cooler is so important for that uptime to make sure that these Splatlings can get back into position very quickly so that they can retreat quickly and then explode even more quickly moving forward. Taro here up on this high ground, going to be trying to push back this power clam carrier, and it's going to be able to find the shots. Overall, it's going to be a good, potentially, push here if they can just keep up the paint, and they've been doing such a good methodical job of just putting the paint down, holding out, putting the cooler down, and then going. And this is, it's beautiful gameplay.
It really is. They're doing everything right that they need to do to make sure that they don't let Carrying Pulp even try and make something happen. Finally, as we see from Haya's point of view, Carrying Pulp able to push forward, actually take so much space so fast, and able to score in that power clam. Not quite able to get any more follow-up, it looks like, but at least Pulp's carry here is able to use this crab to just try and hold space at least. The basket's going to close here, but that space that Carrying Pulp did not have at all for the first, 2 minutes of this game, they have that finally, so maybe they can make something happen at least with the space that they have.
They've really just been, unfortunately, getting picked off at the worst times on the side of Carrying Pulp, right? Blamo's been doing such a good job at just, whenever Haya overextends, just getting swatted down like that on the Splatling Soup, able to completely nullify those opening opportunities. Aski here has a good opportunity here with the Inkjet, but not able to find it because Soup has just been doing so much work with this Nautilus that has been only recently coming to prominence, but for good reason. This weapon is a menace.
It is. I mean, and Soup is really highlighting that for us, like you said, just showing us what this Nautilus can do. And with the shark coming out here from Soup on the right side, you can see the map is actually completely switched around. It is now yellow, like Magic says. It's like cheese, as Magic says. And we are headed into the last 10 seconds of this. Is Carrying Pulp gonna be able to utilize overtime and open up the basket?
They have a couple of clams here. The power clam is online, but no, not able to find anything. Wait a minute. That's a DC. Everything turns around now. There's only 1 member left alive, and it's going to be Soup. He's going to be able to make the hero play, and he's going to be able to stop the player who tried to get the power clam. And unfortunately, that's the time going up. Blamo barely holding on after what could have been a very, gone wrong opportunity. $20 a year, everybody. This is peer-to-peer net code.
Man, yeah, that could have been really, really deadly if that DC, well, the DC did happen, but if the team didn't play around that DC correctly. Luckily, though, the remaining members of Blamo were able to hold down the space that they needed. Carrying Pulp wasn't quite able to get to the basket as soon as they needed to, so that could have been really detrimental. But at least, too, if Carrying Pulp had opened up the basket, Blamo did have a lot of points on the board, so they at least had that going for that as well.
They at least had that. Very scary situation for Blamo, and I'm sure that they're breathing a huge sigh of relief now that the game is over, now that all of that is done for. I'm expecting these players specifically, to probably request like a host change or something. I'm sure there's gonna be talks in this chat. We're probably gonna be chatting with y'all for a little while in the chat. Overall, Carrying Pulp seemed like they couldn't get their game plans rolling of, oh, I'm going to have Haya come in from the side and try and take effect that way. It seemed like there was just so much paint on the side of Blamo that no matter where Haya tried to move, all of a sudden he was very easily getting collapsed on.
Yeah, that paint, you know, if you're Haya, you need your team's paint ahead of you. And if it's just the other team's paint, you're not able to move forward. And if there's two Splatlings staring at you, paired with their paint completely taking over the whole map, there's not really much you can do. Just kind of try and wait for specials to make something happen.
It's not even like they weren't using their specials, but it's just sometimes like you pop the whale and it's not really like tracking them all that well, and all of a sudden it's just like, wait a minute, they're diving on me and I don't really have a lot of counterplay right now because I'm a bamboo, and then you're just dead. So they need to be able to try and stiff arm better, right? I think they need to match Blamo where they're at and try and use paint themselves to just push them away and make sure they can't really make effective use of that ground, of that stiff arming potential.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it might come down to Blamo has already played this team, so they had a feel for what is going to be coming out in terms of how Carrying Pulp plays. So maybe they had that time to take a breather and take on and figure out what they needed to do against this team in particular. And as we look at these team comps, both teams coming out with the same thing. So both teams are sticking true to what they know. And instantly here, Carrying Pulp is going to be the team that initially takes the zone.
Initially takes in the zone. Whoopi trying to find his way around the tower, but not able to get anything going right now. Blamo's still pretty in pink right here, sitting pretty with a couple of nice picks. Haya over on the side, though. This is a much better map for him to try and work around the cover, work around the sharking spots. Able to find a nice bomb kill there on Taro, and with the Zuka, might be able to take down Soup. Try and gets one shot, try and gets the third, but no dice. It's going to be a little bit of a lull now. It's going to be a little bit... They're going to get the zone, but this is a really good situation for Carrying Pulp.
This was the type of situation they need to be in. You know, they did a really good job at... This time it seemed like their specials, as, you know, like you said, did a lot better job at strong-arming the other team and allowed them to create space a lot easier. Maybe it's because this is a smaller, more condensed map. Maybe that will be something that's in their favor, you know, paired with two short-range shooters, those weapons are going to thrive in this type of environment. So on the other side, Blamo here able to come back and take the zone. They at least were able to push in, take the zone for themselves, but Carrying Pulp looking a lot better than they did that first game.
Definitely looking a lot better, but if Pulp goes down there over on that attic area, it's going to be not too easy for them to push back in. It's going to give the members of Blamo an opportunity to move forward and find picks while they're trying to get back in. And Pulp goes down again to that trip strike. The anchor ends up going down when it is probably the last thing that she needs to be doing. The crab is going to come online. They've got at least one chance, but no, that's a splatter shot going down. That's the person on the far right going down the tri-slosher. There's nowhere left for carrying Pulp to stand. There's only 18 ticks left, and yes, there's 3 down, but Hyun needs to go all the way to this zone and try and take on Taro, who's just gonna try and mow him down, and does! This is gonna be the opportunity for Blamo to knock it out, and they do.
Oh, man. That was so clutch there at the end, too. Taro was the last remaining member of Blamo, able to just sit in mid with that heavy edit and hold space, get jump-ins in case they did need that extra support. Ooh, Magic. I mean, you said we're not going to have a bracket reset. Maybe we are.
Maybe we are. This is a very crazy situation, right? Carrying Pulp looked so dominant, and we're so dominant. We're dominant against this team the entire tournament, and now all of a sudden it looks like the number has been taken down, written, called up, and they said, yo, I'm on my way to your location. You better be ready. And they weren't. They were not ready for what Blamo had in store. And again, we talked about execution. The execution has been perfect.
Yep, that's what we were highlighting, and that's what you had started at the beginning of this. You know, with this caliber of players, you got to be playing on your game. You got to be playing perfect, making sure you're dotting all your I's, just on it. So we are actually headed back to Tower Control Manta, and if those of you watching remember, Blamo actually just won on this map and mode on the last set we watched in Losers Finals. So Blamo actually got to be feeling pretty good, you know, warmed up and knowing what strategy they want to use going into this.
I am really loving what I'm seeing from Blamo. And it's not that I didn't love what I'm seeing, what I saw from Carrying Pulp earlier, but just has not been able to work out. And I want to see them try and revitalize. Right, I really do, like, as much as I appreciate this craziness of double splatling, they need to come up with something, right? They need to come up with something to get this wind back behind them, to push them forward in a way that is effective. And this might be the change that we need to see.
Ooh.
This is the Fire Fin Splat Charger. I don't believe there's a scope there. That is going to be coming out from Pulp, and this is what I want to see. The counter to the Splatling that is the Charger.
Yes. When you think, okay, what are we gonna do to counter this double Splatling comp? You know, let's use a Charger. That is gonna help take down the double Splatling. That is a more stationary weapon. Unfortunately, as we're talking about that Charger, it does go down at the beginning of this. Another member going down of Carrying Pulp, and we see Blamo taking over mid. They are getting ready to take the tower here and start pushing it to try and get to the first checkpoint, but I didn't quite see what happened. 2 members of Blamo actually go down, and we see Carrying Pulp pulling that reverse Uno, now being the team to get on the tower and start pushing up themselves.
You're in a very dangerous spot here. Hiya. Deciding to throat chop that one. Aski's going to be up in this bunker area. Pulp on the tower, just going to try and throw these trip strikes down. Alongside Bootby, who is also using these triple ink strikes very effectively. They're able to push the tower to a nice spot and gonna jump out. But who I really want to shout out, and what I'm expecting to see on this turnaround, is Cactus. Cactus has been doing such a good job with these trip strikes the entire set, forcing KOs, right? Just putting them in these perfect situations where they lead. Speaking of perfect situations, Miko on this Zuka is going nuts. What? This is a perfect opportunity for Blamo to all of a sudden take this game to a whole nother level. Okay, Pulp.
A lot of crazy things happening here back and forth, and I mean, we're seeing exactly why Pulp was picking that Charger to counter the other team. Gonna be able to use that, just poke at the tower, get a really nice pick, and help their team start create some space. Now we see Pulp actually on the tower, gets another pick onto Taro, uses that tri-strike to help clear out the left and the right side of the map heading forward, and now look at this, Carrying Pulp able to get to this other checkpoint.
Gonna get to the checkpoint, but might be able to not find it. Finally slips past. They're able to count down that timer from the checkpoint and get through it. That's such an important checkpoint to defend from. And now they're gonna have that advantage. Unfortunately, they were able to find Aski, knew exactly where he was gonna be sharking and hiding. But if Blamo can't make use of this tacticooler, and it's going to be Carrying Pulp's game, they just need to be able to use these trip strikes, break in with the cooler, with the speed of the cooler, and start mowing players down with these 2 Splatlings. They just need to find where Pulp is hiding. She's hiding behind that tall glass block, and unfortunately, Soup is not able to find the picks. Miko's not able to find, is able to find a couple with this Trizuka, so it's not completely over, but it's a little bit of a stalemate here, coming for the second sec point.
It is. It's quite a bit of a stagger. We see Blamo doing everything they can to just try and stall out that mid space that they have, but they only have one remaining member left alive. As we see Cactus here being that last remaining member, of course, having to back up, making sure that he stays alive, and he's really close to his special. So that tri-strike is going to be really, really helpful once they need to get back into mid. Taro here dives down and gets a really nice pick onto Pulp's carry, but it does turn out to be a trade. So we still have a minute and 30 seconds left of this match. You can see Blamo the wheels are turning. They're trying to make something happen to get the lead.
Trying to make something happen. Something is now happening as Miko fires this Zuka shot and is able to take down that Inkjet from ASCII. Overall, good situation. Miko, we've seen on this spot before, able to do some wonderful things, and Cactus is going to make sure that they happen. Overall, this is a potentially very good opportunity for the KO to happen. There's a cooler on the tower, and these specials have been utilized to completely separate the members of Carrying Pulp. And some squid bags coming through as Cactus is able to find the last player of Carrying Pulp. And folks, this is a bracket reset.
Bracket reset. Magic jinxed it at the beginning of this.
All right. Okay, dude. Let the players pop off. I don't mind it one bit. I'm here for it. We're probably gonna have to stay up for another, what, 30 minutes? Fine. Yep. Fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay, Magic.
Let's see some Splatoon.
So if you're carrying Pulp, what do you need to do differently?
So I don't know. K-Bot's probably not listening, and this would be a joke that like only K-Bot would get. But they need to start playing better, so they can win more.
Oh, okay. Everyone, did you hear that? Are we taking notes?
Really important.
Okay.
It's a really important idea. Is they need to play better, so that they can win more.
Okay, got it. I'm gonna put that on a sticky note on my monitor and remember that forever.
Good. Do you know why you need to play better and win more?
No, tell me.
I will tell you. Gladly. Gladly, I will tell you. So, they need to stop going for the win, and they need to start playing to play better.
I see.
And there's a very important difference in that mentality when you're playing the video game.
Mm-hmm.
Because when your tournament life is on the line, when your back is against the wall, and you're feeling the game slip away from you, you start going for plays to try and win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of going for plays that are the right plays, that are the correct plays, that are going to put you in better situations to potentially win the game. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what they need to start doing is they need to stop playing to win. They need to start playing to play better. They need to start improving. They need to start putting mental checks on their plays, right? Every time they go in and they die, instead of going, oh no, now we're not going to win, say, okay, what can I do better there? How do I improve? Where do I need to position? Do I even need to take that fight in the first place? Is that a fight that I should be taking?
Mm-hmm.
And going from there, instead of trying to just give everything they have now and go for the win, start trying to improve throughout this set. And even if you lose the first game, just start trying to make progress. They need to start playing better.
Okay. I completely see what you're saying. And I totally agree. You know, it sounds so simple, but it's much deeper than that.
It's very deep. It's a very profound statement.
Yeah.
That sounds so bad-mannered in the moment. And I love it.
As you explained it, I could just hear K-Bot explaining that in the back of my head as well.
That's very true. So we're going to be seeing Manta Maria once again. Where they lost, where they just left off, they're going to have to pick it right back up. Which I blame whoever made this map list for doing that, because you should never do that to players. And I want to see an adjustment from Carrying Pulp. This is bracket reset. Carrying Pulp versus Blamo. Proving Grounds 20. We're getting back into this reset. We need to see an adjustment made. There's nothing on the composition side, and I think that that's the right call. I think Pulp needs to just stick with this charger and go for it, because they can do wonderful things. She is one of the best to handle that weapon. You just need to put it to use.
And as we head into this too, remember, Carrying Pulp was the team that initially sent Blamo into the loser side of the bracket. Now that they're meeting up again, Blamo has now caused this bracket reset, winning that last set against Carrying Pulp. And okay, Pulp's carry getting 2 members down with that crab, a really, really great crab position as well, getting that right there on the top of mid. And now the zone is in Carrying Pulp's favor. They are counting down their remaining points.
And this is exactly why Boopy named himself Pulp's carry, because he is trying to put this team on his back. Haya and another player go down on the other side. Aski not able to find anything with that tri-slasher. Pulp is in a really bad position, has to jump out, and it's just Boopy here on the bunker with this crowd. Is going to try and stall out and create some space, but the members of Carrying Pulp are not back yet. They're not able to push in with it. The trip strikes are going to go out, though. A good stall from Boopy, and this is the kind of play that you need to be seeing. And I think that he is really the player that we need to be stepping up. I've not been seeing his name in those long chain sequences. We need to start seeing him step up.
Yeah, we've seen, I mean, as we see, look at this. Aski and Haya, they've been doing a great job at being that poking force that's trying to poke and make something happen. You see them actually doing a really nice 2v1 there. Unfortunately, though, Haya went down in that, but Aski just trying to hold space. Actually, I loved that. I love that jump back, able to jump back, regroup with their team, and now they will be that much closer to their inkjet as well to help them get back into mid.
Gonna be all up on this far side, the outside of the zone. Gonna be using that inkjet to try and help push their way back in. And is Soup gonna get spotted out? He is. Boopy able to find the carry on the other side of the map and take him out. That's going to leave the rest of Blamo a little bit back-footed, trying to sidestep, trying to make sure that these players cannot do what they need to do. And Miko going to go down to the combination of Pulp, Scary, and Aski.
That was just such a Boopy crab right there.
Yeah.
Boopy is so good at aggressively crabbing in your face, and you can see that his team did a great job at recognizing that was happening and playing off of that as well. Now, Carrying Pulp able to get the lead, and actually, you could see they were able to take down a member of Blamo, and that remaining member of Blamo that was on the left jumped back to try and regroup with their team. And now, I mean, Carrying Pulp here is continuing to count down points and continuing to take down these members of Blamo as they're trying to get into mid.
Trying to get into mid. Members of Carrying Pulp able to stand for a little bit, but not in front of this immaculate heavy edit that we've been seeing out of Taro. Fortunately, they need to pop this cooler probably right freaking now. Miko needs to come back and try and grab it as the Zuka comes online. He's able to get 2! And Taro's able to find the 3rd. It's just Aski left over on the side. Might be needing to try to get around to this zone, try and paint it a time, but no. They're not going to be able to stall out. Carrying Pulp able to get the timer down to 10, which is great and gives them a lot of opportunities to get back in. But Blamo looked really solid there, and a great shot from Miko.
Great shot. That was exactly the thing that helped Blamo get back into mid and helped make everything happen. Of course, also paired with the pick that Taro got initially there on the right side of the map. Now, Carrying Pulp, like you said, they know that they have the lead. They just need to get back into mid, get the zones capped, and that's exactly what they're going to do, as we see Aski able to take down one member of Blamo with that inkjet. And look at this. They are able to get back into mid and have the zone again in the last minute. So Blamo is going to have to regroup and really, really set up a big push if they want to get the zone and then hold it in order to get the lead for themselves.
This is what I expected to see from Carrying Pulp. This is the plays that the kind of play, the level of play that I expected to see in the first place. Pulp going down there could be a little bit of a detriment, could give way to a good push. And the point sensor pulls out Haya from his potentially sneaky spot, and it's just Boopy left alone. We've saw this before. He was able to get on top of the bunker and use the crab, but he's not going to be able to find it this time. Instead, he's going to find Soup, who's trying to get a very, very sneaky flank, but not able to find it. And this is the turnaround from Blamo that could actually save the game.
It could actually save the game. You can see that they are able to cap the zones. I was going to say it was so close. They were able to cap the zone, but they just need to make sure that they can hold both of the zones. And unfortunately for Blamo, they do have 2 members go down. You see that last member there trying to do everything they can. They were holding out. They were like, I'm going to try and paint the zone. But carrying Pulp just had the upper hand. They had all the space and the members on the board to take that game 1 of this bracket reset.
Pyro going down there, like, that's like a very, very important piece because he's the range. He's preventing the forwards from getting in. I just said forwards. I've been playing too much Omega Strikers. He prevented the frontliners from getting in. He was able to put down a lot of the paint to keep hold of those zones. And going down there in those last few seconds really did them in at the end of right at the very end when they had a good chance. But overall, carrying Pulp, such a good job this time around. Like, so much better unity from the movement of the frontliners, so much better cohesion, I think is the best word for it. Like, they it's not that they were synergized better, but just the ideas that they had in terms of how they wanted the game to flow were a lot better.
It seemed like they were doing a more team fights. I mean, as we saw from that point of view of Haya and Azki, they were actually making sure they followed each other in the spaces that they knew that they wanted to take and play off of each other a lot better. So instead of making individual plays, I feel like that was happening in the last set in grand finals. Now it seems like, at least from that first game, they did a really good job at playing together and taking on team fights better.
We just have to hope it continues to prove that I was right all along. That's the hope. But no, we'll see if Blamo can pull this back, and after carrying Pulp levels up, if they can match that, if they can meet them, if they can turn things around again, that's going to be crazy. That's going to be one for the history books, quite honestly, because then they'll have gone even during this tournament.
Oh my gosh, you're right. That would be crazy. I mean, we're gonna have to see too. I could see it happening. I don't know.
Yeah, anything could happen.
Anything could happen, and we are actually headed into tower control Undertow Spillway next. I'm trying to think about the previous set. I mean, we saw Blamo win Manta Tower. Did we watch any other tower against these two? I don't
know
think so.
If we did.
No, it's just that one. And that one actually started out really close, but then finally Blamo was able to really poke through and make things happen for themselves and get a complete KO. But I feel like before that it was pretty close. So we'll see what happens as we head into tower control for second game of bracket reset.
Second game, bracket reset. Here we go. This is going to be the opportunity for members of Blamo to turn things around. No changes in the compositions. Everybody just nice and comfortable, chilling in their gamer chairs, drinking their G Fuel here at midnight on the East Coast. And they're going to try and put this one away on the side of carrying Pulp. They have the Charger in the Charger position, in the Charger spot, doing the Charger things. And all in all, it's just going to take one good step forward from carrying Pulp to completely break this game open.
Oh, right as you mentioned them, 3 members of Carrying Pulp do go down, and that's a complete wipe. Blamo was able to initially take down the Tri-Slosher, and then it looks like they just played off of that really nicely, able to push up instantly and take the space, take the tower, and start pushing the tower right away. Azki, though, on the side of Carrying Pulp, does have that Inkjet ready, and they were able to use that right away to help them get back into mid. Carrying Pulp here right away, back into mid and taking space.
That's good. This is the kind of defense that we need to see from players at these caliber. They can't let the game slip away. Unfortunately, speaking of slipping away, is Cactus absolutely being slithery in the ink. like a snake. Definitely earning that title, I would think, using that green ink. Miko gonna find one more here, and that's the members of Carrying Pulp going down once again. Another opportunity for Blamo to ride this tower down that path, down that lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Sorry, my new thing during commentary is just pulling out the Stray song lyric, Stray popular song lyric, when it just barely ties in, and it breaks people. I love it. It's great. Speaking of breaking, they're trying to break this checkpoint, and Rissa, the members of Carrying Pulp are not picking up a lot of resistance.
They aren't, actually, and it slowly seems like they're having members go down, and they are just they're really staggered right now. They just need to sit back, take a breather, get, two specials ready to help them push in. We see Boopy has that crab ready. Finally, Aski also has that inkjet ready, and we're seeing that inkjet come out. Those type of specials are going to be what helps them get back into mid to stop the tower, stop what Blamo has set up. And it looks like that's exactly what happened, as now a complete wipe essentially comes out onto Blamo. Carrying Pulp was able, I felt like that was pretty good defense. Sometimes that can snowball so much. So I feel like, at least they were able to stop it before it really, really got to that really tragic point.
Right, exactly. After you get past that second checkpoint, it's kind of like Inkplot, where all of a sudden it just starts moving way past what you thought was already feasible, and gives them so much more time to play around with, so much more room to play around with. Carrying Pulp, though, does not have a lot of room to play around, trying to get back onto this tower, trying to make sure that these pushes have weight to them, have some gravitas, so that they can keep it going for the long run. And they're going to be able to take down 3 members of Blamo for it. Pulp, nice shot onto Soup. And though the cooler was online, these players are going to come back quickly. They're going to be able to break the checkpoint and probably get the lead here, unless these triple ink strikes can take down Aski. Unfortunately, they're not going to find it, but Cactus is going to try and get these bombs on the tower. It's a beautiful defensive situation, but no, Cactus goes down, and before the bomb can get the pick, that's going to be the lead going for Carrying Pulp.
Ooh, that was super, super good of Aski to just jump down, get that shark under that ledge, and then Pulp actually jumped on the tower really quick to at least get the lead. Those points are so close, 39 to 42 points. Blamo does have a member down, but we see Miko here trying to use this Zuka to just maybe get a pick, maybe just create some space, try and make something happen before all of their members are up. Now, though, I mean, Carrying Pulp, they had that inkjet ready. A really, really nice shutdown of that inkjet, and now with 2 members up on the side of Blamo, they really have to figure out what they need to do. I mean, Carrying Pulp has mid control, and they have specials ready, so it's looking really tight.
It's looking really tight, but I think Blamo is starting to fall into the same traps, trying to use their individual play and not their team play to shut down these players when they have specials, when they have good situations. Unfortunately, Tar going down there to the crabs, the Zuka coming online, and this checkpoint has been taken care of. The shots from Cactus barely land, but it's not enough as the rest of the Carrying Pulp decides to take that tower to the end, and that is 2-0 for Carrying Pulp and a turnaround. This is such a different team than we saw in the last set.
It really is. And the main switch up, I don't know if this is the thing that did it, or at least it helps the team. Pulp switching over to that Ziff charger, is that the thing that really helps the team be able to group up and play together better? Pulp's able to have that laser to poke a little bit more at Blamo and shut them down. Is that the thing? Is that the factor? Or is it that Carrying Pulp came together, figured out a game plan, a strategy to better take on Blamo?
I want to say it's the latter of what you just said, but it could be the former. Very much could be. We are not in team comms. We can only give you a peek, a taste of what these teams are thinking of what everything is going on. We cannot give you the entire listen in, although that would be cool. Although I've been thinking about that recently, of just like, hey, what if we just like had the teams and VCs in the tournament servers so that we could like tune in, like record their comms and like
Oh
get
my
them back.
gosh.
Like, wouldn't that be awesome? We can listen
Wh-
back to it, listen to those moments. I think that'd be cool. We're out into game 3. This is gonna be Museum d'Alfonsino. Nobody's changing. This is carrying Pulp's tournament point.
Ooh, okay, tournament point. If Carrying Pulp wins this, like Magic said, tournament point will be Carrying Pulp winning this entire tournament. But if Blamo wins this, they will still be in it. They will still have a chance to completely reverse this set. So we'll have to see what happens here. Carrying Pulp initially in mid, and Boopy actually using this really good crab to help their team take mid. But unfortunately for them, they do have a member go down, and actually that forces Carrying Pulp to have to back up completely, regroup, and Blamo is now going to be in turn taking mid.
I actually don't know if I agree with that crab usage from Boopy. It was like a little bit stuck underneath the tower. There was a player on the right side that was really distracting him, and so they couldn't use full effectiveness of it to try and take over that plat, which is where the players of Blamo ended up taking them out from. Speaking of taking it out, that checkpoint is gone, and this is already such a yellow spinner area for Blamo. This is them controlling it consistently, and although we finally see some pushback, that was a very quick uptake.
Yeah, that was a quick uptake of Carrying Pulp's plat. Luckily, though, Carrying Pulp, I mean, they were on their defense. They were on the game. I really like that we saw, I think it was 2 members take the top left, 1 take the spinner area, 1 take the top right, and they immediately took on those spots for defense. And speaking of taking on spaces immediately, Pulp able to take this Rainmaker and push it all the way to this first checkpoint. 2 members of each team go down, but Pulp is able to at least grab the Rainmaker to get the lead. Unfortunately, she did fall down back into mid carrying the Rainmaker, but she did get the lead for her team, and her team is doing a great job at still holding space in front of the Rainmaker.
Good job holding space. Very important lead there. Not quite where it's secure, where it's one of those, oh, this is going to be hard to push through. 40 is kind of that barrier, right? If you get past 40, it's a good push. If you get before 40, it's like, well, we could do a little bit better. It's kind of one of those really important markers on this map mode. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to get past it. Is Blamo here? They're souped up. The soup is already trying to go in, and the Rainmaker shot takes down Heya after falling to the Zuka, getting stuffed in between everything. The Inkjet does not come online. It was the only chance to stop that for Carrying Pulp, and they were not able to find it. 34 is the lead as the sniper comes and finds the shot. It's 2:30, halfway done in this game, and Carrying Pulp needs to start putting on the gas if they want to try and get Pulp to this victory.
They do, and they are once again taking these defensive positions that we saw them previously take, doing a great job. Boopy and Azki there did a great job at trying to take on a 2v1, but now Carrying Pulp does have 2 members go down, Pulp having to completely back up. Boopy at least had that crab at the ready to shut down, stalling out what Blamo is trying to set up here in order to get the lead even further for themselves. But guess what? Cactus had a crab ready for themselves as well and was able to completely shut down Boopy's crab.
Gonna jump all the way up top on the spinner. Try and find Pulp. No dice. She's standing for now. Trying to ride alongside her teammates. Is gonna carry this Rainmaker across. They have a good chance, right? They just need to get a little bit past that pillow. It's still a hard push to make, especially when you have this rain blocking your path and completely stalling you out for time, and it's completely putting you in a position to get sniped by Miko's Trizuka shots. But they have specials online. This is still a very good opportunity as the first member falls.
This is still a good opportunity. I mean, Boopy once again using that crab to try and get some picks, help their teammates push forward. And they do have their Tri-Slosher as he does go down as they are initially creating this push. Haya uses the Zuka to try and also create space, maybe get a pick with that. We see Haya jumping up on top of the spinner, does go down to a bomb that was right under his feet. But with about 45 seconds remaining, Carrying Pulp is doing everything they can to try and play this carefully to get that lead.
Yeah, they really want this push to be the lead. They can't, they're not going to have another shot if they all go down to get back to this position. But that timer is actually ticking. I don't know if it might be in single digits right now. So they're going to have to try and dive forward. Pulp is just going to try and make their way to that spot as Aski pops this Inkjet in a desperate hope to try and hold the ground, but not going to be able to. The crab on Boopy gonna try and dance away, try and just sidestep to a good spot, but no. This is gonna be Blamo holding on to this Rainmaker, and unless a crazy shot from Pulp lands or a crazy bomb finds this pick on the Rainmaker, Blamo takes their first game of this set, and that is not going to be a clean sweep for carrying Pulp. There's still a little bit of Splatoon left to be played.
Still a little bit Splatoon left to be played. And now we're at that point where, okay, if Blamo is able to win the next game, then we will be going to a game 5. But if Carrying Pulp is able to pull out this 4th game, they will win this entire thing. So, I mean, Blamo has to be really wondering, okay, what did we do? What did we do differently there that made us have the upper hand finally?
And if I'm in that voice call, I'm thinking we took advantage of the moment, right? It's not that the opportunities weren't there before. It's that there was just a little bit of hesitation, maybe a little bit of miscommunication that caused them to not take full advantage of those opportunities. When they did, they were able to come through. They were able to find their way to the finish line and get to that push that was safe, that got them to that lead. They made that solid push. So they just need to start doing more consistent executions on those opportunities, is what I think.
Great point to bring up. I mean, they just didn't hesitate. They just, like you said, they took advantage of the moment that they had, the space that they had, the specials that they had, and were able to push forward and get the lead like that. So, you know, it's a careful balance. You know, you need to make sure that you don't hesitate, but also need to hesitate at certain points. You know, just you have to hesitate at the right moments. So we are headed into game 4 of the bracket reset for Proving Grounds 20, Carrying Pulp versus Blamo. If Blamo wins this, like I said, we will be headed to a game 5, but if Carrying Pulp wins this, then they will win the entire tournament. So let's go ahead and take a look, Magic, at these weapons that we're seeing come out from both teams.
No changes, except Cactus sticking to the vanilla version of the Splash-O-Matic, not pulling out those triple ink strikes. This is going to be Clam Blitz. Going to try and hold down those areas, especially from that high ground, from that tall tower. Fortunately, Haya going down first here. Boopy once again with an opening crab that doesn't really find anything as the members of his team go down, and he ends up in a very strange spot. Gonna be Miko on this opportunity, although ASCII might have something to say about it.
ASCII has been so squirrely throughout this entire time that we've got to watch them play this. And unfortunately for them, you saw those, it was Miko and I think it was Super Cactus turned around and was able to call that out and take that down immediately. So with the mid control completely orange here, Blamo in control of mid, has that power clam as well, has 12 clams on the board. If they're able to get some specials here, maybe they can push up and make something happen, score this power clam in. They're doing a great job though, at least holding this mid space and not going down as they wait for those specials.
They really need to try and stretch Pulp thin here, right? Because she's sitting over on that far right side and completely nullifying any pushes that they want to make. This is such a strong map for Charger, so they need to try and get across the grates or try and get some pressure over on the left side or find some other avenue in. But they couldn't find it that time around, and they got pushed back. They got pushed out, especially with that mist, especially with that paint control, especially with that laser in their face that they don't want to be there. So you see Carrying Pulp now trying to take advantage of it, take this momentum to the house, to the bank, where they can deposit a hefty check and maybe a little bit of change on the side.
They do have 17 clams at the ready, so both teams, you know, have a fairly even amount of clams. It's just going to be who can get the picks first, who can push forward to the other team's basket. Now, with mid being completely purple for the most part, Carrying Pulp is now that team that needs to push forward, get some picks, and they're doing a great job at using their specials. You see Boopy using that crab, you see ASCII using that inkjet. I love that ASCII's inkjet went way into Blamo's spawn area, so that just completely pushed them back and allowed Carrying Pulp to push forward, score in the power clam they had in, and just continue to score in clams to get their score all the way down to 47.
Halfway through the game and halfway through this count of 100 is Carrying Pulp. They need to just hold their ground for the time being, and I think that that's really going to be the name of the game, is if it's not so much carrying Pulp that is struggling to take space and to hold it. It is going to be Blamo that needs to try and take the space. It's going to be on them. It is their onus to do what they need to do to make this opus, this work happen. I'm going to be able to find a pick here for the time being and score that clam, and that's Haya going down. It's very important. Good pick, but the toxic mist is going to be very tough to deal with, but that rain from the angle from the side was able to do a good job at shoving them away. It's a tied game for right now. This clam might go in, and it does! That's Blamo scoring at the last opportunity to take the lead, and they do. Taro backs up here, and this is a very cascading rain of purple from carrying Pulp that is scary to deal with, but they are ready to make it happen.
They are. You can see they have, look at that. They have 20 clams at the ready. They had 3 specials ready, and they are just not hesitating. We were talking about this. Don't hesitate at the right moments. They used 3 specials there. They have taken down 2 members of Blamo, and they open up the basket. They are trying to score in some additional clams. The lead is so close, and just like that, carrying Pulp able to completely turn this around, get the lead, and continue scoring in clams.
Continue scoring, they do. 14 is such a hard push to get through. They're currently sitting at 66, so it's 2 power claims and then a little bit of change for Blamo to try and get that count all the way down to the lead, and they've only got 45 seconds to do so, a minute if you're counting overtime, and that is a very scary spot to be in, especially when that charger is one of the best to do it and has had your number for the majority of this set.
And Pulp there, I mean, like, she's just set up perfectly and using that charger as best as she can, setting up in really safe spots too, making sure that she's not going to get taken down by anyone or any specials here in the remaining 20 seconds. Now, as we are headed into the last portion of this, one member does go down on the side of carrying Pulp, and Blamo does have 11 clams at the ready, so they know they need to set up perfectly here as we are about to head into overtime if they want to get the lead.
No, Soup, who has been doing such a good job at taking down those Inkjets, goes down that time, and Haya is able to use this Zuka to its fullest effect. They can't find the pick onto this splatter shot that they needed to. Haya mowing down every single one of these players. Soup carrying the clam, but it's not in time. There's no chance left. That is carrying Pulp, standing tall, standing their ground, proving that Heavy Edit is not the demon that it seems to be, and they are going to take Proving Grounds 20 in a bracket reset. Oh, goodness.
I mean, you said it all perfectly, and that was, I just love that it was like one team won against each other, and then the other team beat the other team. And now as we go into this bracket reset, we're back to the first team beating, carrying Pulp beating Blamo. So, I mean, this has been so back and forth, and especially here as we got towards these last games in the bracket reset, it was so close. I could honestly have seen this going either way.
I definitely could have seen it going either way as well. Both of these teams proved, hence the name, that they could definitely they definitely deserve to be in this tournament at this level on this showcase. And so, nothing more needs to be said. They left it all on the playing grounds. They left it all on the turf war. So, Rissa, with that, I think that's going to do it from us. Give yourself a shout out, why don't you?
Hi, you can find me, the usual place, Rissa Hi on twitter.com. That's about it from me. Oh, excuse me, on x.com. How about you, Magic?
People can find me at magic_octo on Twitter. People can find me doing a bunch of broadcasts and talking about the video game there, and my profound statements are very often come through the form of text on Twitter. So if you want to hear more of that, drop a follow. X. Let's go. But I think that's going to do it from everyone here at IPL. Thank you to Toasty, thank you to Wolf, thank you to Broshi, thank you to Rice, our producer, thank you to Popgun, because he's the GOAT. I hope your baby's doing well. And thank you to everybody who's able to make this happen. Good night. Thank you all for tuning in.